A few moments later.
Everybody has their own way of playing the game. But my way of playing the game is winning the game. They want to go and be victims? Good. Let's make them earn it.
Alright, so here we go. Thank you guys for joining. Get my TV booted up here. We'll get some shorts going while the game's
Today,
loading.
I am eating like a passenger in steerage on a 19th century ocean liner, and that means a dish of biscuit hash. It's a meal of salt pork, some vegetables, and a lot of sea biscuits, also known as hardtack. Now, these biscuits take about 6 hours to make because they have to be slowly dried out in an oven until they're rock hard, making them last longer. But on board a 19th century steamship, they would have been provided. In fact, as a passenger in steerage, that is third class, all of your ingredients would be provided in accordance with the Passengers Act of 1855. What was not provided was a cook. No, steerage passengers had to do all of their own cooking. As one passenger headed to Australia in 1874 wrote, "The third class have their rations given to them and have to make up their own food, take it to the cookhouse, and afterwards fetch it and take it to their mess room." So while the first and second class were enjoying meals made by dedicated chefs, a steerage passenger had to rely on their own culinary skills and recipes like this one from the 1894 cookbook Cookery for Seamen. But while it's simple, that doesn't mean it's not good, except it's not good. In fact, the tiny amount of spices in the dish are completely lost by the amount of mushy biscuits, and the whole thing sort of turns to a paste when you eat it. It is definitely not something I would try again, and it makes me grateful that we don't have steerage anymore. The full video is up on YouTube, and the recipe, which you should not make, is at tastinghistory.com.
Our Presidente, our glorious orange man, Donald J. Trump posted this on Truth Social. We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. 1. Completely degrading Iranian missile capability, launches, and everything else pertaining to them. 2. Destroying Iran's defense industrial base. 3. Eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. 4. Never allowing Iran to get even close to nuclear capability. And always being in a position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to a situation should it take place. 5. Protecting the highest level and Eastern allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, and others. Our military will have to be guarded and released as necessary by elements the United States. This is literally such a actual United States realigning war. Not only are we taking out an Islamic regime that has been terrorizing us for 47 years, threatening to obliterate us, but we're also completely defining the fact that the entire world needs us. All right, they all need us. We believe they don't need us. They all do need us. All right, and oh no, Trump is making our allies mad. Well, our allies should go fuck themselves, quite literally, if they are not able to actually take part in whatever we want to do. I'm not gonna lie. We are their piggy bank. They're sucking our blood. They're leeching from us, and they expect us to not get anything in return. Sorry, it's a two-way street. It don't work that way. If asked, we will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for them. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. This, by the way, is an unbelievable W. So, to all the journalists making believe that we don't know what Donald Trump's actual goals are in Iran. Yes, we do. He laid them out. These are the 5 goals. He literally said this on day 1. He's still saying the same thing. Goals haven't changed. Goals haven't been broadened. We're not putting troops on the ground. We're not getting involved in there. We would love it if the regime changed and the Iranian people were able to rise up and take their country back, but quite literally, we are not putting our ground forces there to do that. This is exactly what he said on day 1. It's exactly what I said on day 1, and it's exactly the opposite of what every single one of these podcast bros that
And yes, it is actually Sunset Sarsaparilla. It actually has a slight vanilla taste.
Quite literally, this dude's been super consistent.
It says, howdy partner, quench your thirst with the old-fashioned way with an ice bottle of Sunset Sarsaparilla. The legendary Wild West flavor cherished across the Mojave since 1918. And don't forget to keep an eye out for those elusive blue star caps. One day, fortune just might smile your way. And save all your blue star caps, it says on the side. With the Vault Boy. This right here does not, but it's a QR code, so I'm tempted to see where that takes me. Anyway, we'll just be doing some playthrough and listening to what this guy has to say about Iran lying and basically being in the range of Iran's missiles. I'm sorry, in the UK's being in the range of Iran's missiles now, and everybody wonders why we were over there in I'm wondering why we're over there and nobody's helping. All right, this is. I got a problem with that. I got a problem with us paying for NATO. We're paying for, I guess, friendships to say, hey, look, we'll help you. But when we're out doing something, and we're asking for, hey, look, we just need like nothing. But we would like your moral support. We don't even feel that. And I honestly think it's a joke why we're paying to not only give security to these people who literally would not do it in reverse. Like, if we saw like Britain like single-handedly taking on Iran, do you not think we would have been there? Like some of the shit, like this is, it gets crazy. Some of this, it just never strikes their mind. It's not in their ballpark, and they're just living their own lives, people doing their own things, and terrorist cells are becoming basically their own religions, like like Shiva. They're trying to become Shiva in the flesh. It's just really, well, the Hindu Shiva, not not their culture is different. But like this, in case you don't know, Shiva is like goddess of death. So they're trying to become this entity. And it just like doesn't. It just devours all things. So I mean, like healthcare. I mean, it's funny how they chose that because it really just goes to show you like they really don't care. Like the money was put aside for what they think was like, I guess, free money, but it's not. It was supposed to help people who had autistic, like problems, or I don't really know the whole story about what causes autism. Okay, I'm not too into that. But I also know there's a couple programs. I don't have armor on. There's a couple of programs that literally the government is supporting people who deal with these, like not in-house hospice care. It's a respite. And respite family people who have hours set aside for basically babysitters to come over and take their kids, uh, who have autism, different types of disabilities, not just autism, but the main majority of them my dad saw were autistic kids. And they're not all exactly, I would say, stupid. Some of them actually can remember your birthday. I mean, you tell like your friend your birthday or whatever, and like they'll never remember. Well, some like these twins, they would remember these number sequences. Like they would say everyone's birthday like days later, not even joking. Like we wouldn't have to remind them at all, and they would just like bring it up. And I'm like, oh, okay, we got to use this for something. Like we can't just call these people stupid and be done with this. Like we have to move on from that stigma in society. And like we can't if we can't get the money to the right spot to study this and to say, hey, look, this, like, people think they're stupid. They're not all stupid. So like this is the problem. Is like then you have a stigma of like you're stealing. They think they're stealing from somebody who doesn't like necessarily need it, but like little do they know, like with the stuff that we could be learning from autistic people, like we could be having the cure for cancer. We just have no idea. We're just not even doing anything with the potential, is what I'm trying to get at. And like I think if we allowed this to happen more, to just let people understand why we're funding these places. I'm not saying like the lab in Wuhan was needed, but I'm saying that like if we don't fund this stuff and other people fund it and they get ahead of us, then we're basically I don't hate to say use Russia as an example, but we're kind of like Russia. We think we're ahead of everybody, but we're really not, and it's sad. And everybody sees it, and we look stupid doing it. So I mean, why continue doing something that makes us as a country as a whole like look stupid? I'm not saying the funding autism is making us look stupid. I'm saying letting people take advantage of us. Now that we know the problem's happening, I think it's crazy how like there hasn't been a random governor in every state saying, "Hey, look, we have the same problem. Can we fix it?" None of that's happening. We haven't individually. We're having to have Nick Shirley go around to these places and literally poke holes into like these fraud complexes that have like 84 places there that literally were cited before, but nothing was done. And like it needs to be, people need to be held accountable. Like whoever desks it touched and nothing happened. Like I'd hate to say they need to pay back the money that was stolen. I mean that's bar none. But like you can't do that. So like, what is their solution to, let's say, get the money back? How do we get the money back? The millions upon millions, I guess now it's billions, that's stolen. How do we get it back? And this is why people are to the point of actually doing their own research like Nick Shirley and trying to go out there, not just Nick Shirley, other people like Nick Shirley's inspiring real journalism again. And people going out there and actually finding things that people were either just not looking or cared, or maybe this has been going on so long, people just didn't want to risk their neck out because they didn't think anybody thought it was a real problem. Because when you have Biden just letting them in, I mean, like what is the problem? The problem is because they're not gonna assimilate into society if they just get if a blank check is just handed to them and it's worth more than what the average American taxpayer is getting. So I mean, how are we supposed to literally allow that type of corruption to fester and take place? We can't. We have to fix all this stuff now. Now that we've seen it, we can't wait. Why wait?
So Lipcuck, Piers Morgan, not only and they lied. Really? Iran lied? You mean just like they lied about enriching uranium to build nukes? Just like the UN confirmed? You mean Trump was right all along and all these Lipcucks have been crashing out running defense for the Islamic regime for fucking no reason? Wow. It's almost like this blue guy got fucking justified too on the mix. Crazy how that happened. Breaking, more than 170 British Navy sailors caught doing hard drugs on nuclear submarines. So just a lot of people have. I just felt like I needed to talk about that because a lot of people are saying England is our greatest ally. My guy, my dude, my bruh. England is Iran's greatest ally. What the fuck is this? Now,
It's
there's
pretty
some
crazy.
insane shit that's been happening, and we need to talk.
I didn't even know they made these.
Europeans would never
To be completely honest with you, I had no idea.
Unless they thought the tide was turning and they think that we're going to win. Otherwise, they
This is caramel color.
and the reason
Ingredients: carbonated water, cane sugar, natural flavor,
finger in the wind,
I guess.
and they're very attuned
Vanilla
to
probably.
climate. And when you
Caramel color, citric acid, potassium sorbate, and sodium benzenate as preservatives. And that's it. Pretty simple, straightforward. Sunset sarsaparilla.
States finish the job, but it can and will finish the job. And then when you warthogs and Apaches, that means that they're offering almost ground and sea support to hit targets. There's nothing. There's no defense at all when you have that type of aircraft flying at will in Iranian airspace. So
and he's right.
you put it all together.
Dude, if we own their skies, then they're fucked. They are quite literally fucked. All right, I'm sure it's taking Trump a little bit of restraint, keeping his finger off the red button, but quite literally, we won this war already, essentially. All right, now we're just doing cleanup duty.
And I think it's pretty clear that this rope-a-dope strategy that they have, that we're going to tire before they are, is dependent on just public opinion, the midterms in the United States. And
Yep, straight facts.
Trump sees it through, and I think he will. I think they're going to fall pretty soon. And
Yeah, amen. I hope so. Fuck those retards. They fuck goats, they fuck children, and they're gonna fucking die. I fully support killing them. Actually, it's awesome. Killing terrorists is awesome. Actually, I don't know if you heard the news. Killing terrorists is awesome. And a lot of people are telling you, no, killing bad. No, killing terrorists is actually fucking great. So the reality is, the Iranian regime is releasing AI slop videos, getting likes from Pakistanis, and probably funding, Tucker Carlson and the rest of the misinformation campaign online because they know it's over. They literally just need public sentiment in the United States to hopefully convince Trump to stop fucking pounding them. It's literally their military strategy. Is like maybe a couple of podcasters in the United States is going to change Trump's mind. Trump's had his mind set for 40 years about wiping out this regime, but maybe a couple of podcasters will change it. It's honestly humiliating. It's the most hilarious shit ever. Now, the reality is, we are still bombing them, and we're bombing them really hard.
Overnight, you mentioned Natanz getting bombed. That's one of the 3 nuclear enrichment sites that was hit during Operation Midnight Hammer. It's located 150 miles south of Tehran, as you mentioned. That is Iran's main nuclear enrichment site where they enrich uranium-235, that isotope. Not sure we have a periodic table available, but some of the officials I've spoken to about this strike say this is likely to detect if there is enriched uranium in this site. You bomb the target and no uranium or radiation, more importantly, detected. That means either you didn't hit it or it's not located there. So expect some strikes on Fordo and Isfahan. Those are the other 2 sites struck during Midnight Hammer.
That's
that
right.
could be what's coming up next. Now, President Trump offering a battle update brief to reporters aboard Air Force One. He posted something on Truth over.
Yeah, and the reality is, it looks like we're just doing cleanup duty. We're just trying to assess how much damage we actually did. All right, we wiped out their Air Force and Navy. Now we're just trying to figure this shit out. Now, the media, of course, being Iran's greatest ally, Western media, has been incredible stuff.
This is the most unpopular war in American history, and for good reason. In the long
Not for good reason. It's purely because of media manufacturing. All right, quite literally, Trump is going against the this gigantic deep state idea factory. All right, you got these CIA agents like Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent that are against it. All right, and the reality is, these people are grappling, trying their absolute best to survive. All right, this war is infinitely better than the Iraq War. All right, the Iraq War was decades of suffering. All right, for our troops and our people. Way more money. All right, this is much more efficient. This was a much more direct threat. And it's literally because of media brainwashing that so many people are actually against it. This is not a deeply unpopular war. I guarantee you the majority of Americans fully support Trump fucking killing the terrorists that have been trying to kill us for 47 years.
The longer it goes on, the worse those numbers are going to look. There is no instance in history of prolonged war benefiting any nation.
Prolonged war.
And
How do you know it's going to be prolonged?
We don't know it's not. And
because that's the
problem.
story of pretty much every war
really?
ever.
How long
since
the
World War II.
Venezuela war last?
So how long was the war in Venezuela, fat ass?
Well, that wasn't a war. That was a.
Well, then this isn't a war either. You're such a retard, bro.
But
we haven't had a war since World War II, Josh.
yeah, well, I think the
Officially.
Vietnam generation would take issue with that, and the Iraq generation and the Afghanistan generation.
But I'm
So
saying we haven't declared.
Well, I'm part of the Iran generation, and this one's going very well.
War.
Yeah, but if you ignore the lessons
so
of
you're,
all
you're
of
sitting
those
here
wars,
saying a 3-week situation is the most unpopular thing we've
But
ever
I think-
done.
I'm saying that
You're using
I'm
the
saying-
term
Guys,
war
I
a
think
little.
that-
I'm saying
I
that
think-
Americans,
I think that-
Americans understand
can I
what's
just-
clear, which is that this is getting worse every day and expanding every day, and there's
That
no
is
clear
getting
path.
worse.
But can I-
Expanding? Literally nothing expanded. The media is literally an op for a foreign terrorist organization.
The
Can I
war
chime
is
in real quick?
expanding. More countries are getting attacked.
What we're
The-
forgetting-
All those countries were attacked on day one of the war. Day one of the war, Iran attacked all of their neighbors. What's expanding?
Energy crisis is growing. The economic crisis
Oh my
is
God,
growing.
these people are so
Inflation
pathetic.
is growing. Extremism and attacks on the homeland are growing. Everything.
I love how this dude is like, yeah, it's Trump's fault that Muslim terrorists that were led into our country are blowing up synagogues. Are you fucking retarded? Like, are you insane? Like, this is an inevitable issue. If this dude would have blown up a synagogue another time if he felt like it. Right? This is not Trump's fault. This is your fault. This is the Democrats' fault. This is insanity.
Thing is getting worse every day, and the war is expanding, despite President Trump saying
You're not
that it's gonna
exactly a
end.
glass
Where's
half
it
full kind of
expanding?
guy, are you?
Bakari,
I'm a real.
Yeah, these people are actually all retarded. It's insane. Now, to prove that CNN is actually an op, this is one of the most unbelievable videos I've ever seen in my life. Americans are raising major red flags over how CNN somehow scored full access to investigate Iran's underground missile facilities.
an Iranian underground missile city buried deep inside a mountain.
How the fuck are you there? The Iranian people don't have internet.
A show of force aimed at Iran's enemies.
This is literally propaganda for a terrorist regime that we're at war with. I don't know how this isn't being investigated for treason. This is unbelievable.
A contingency plan to protect its precious arsenal from being eradicated by massive bombardment. Dozens of these subterranean fortresses are spread across the country. It's proof that Tehran has been preparing for a war just like this one for years and possibly decades.
Bitch, they lost all their leaders on day one. all their preparation, and I lose all their leaders on day one. Damn.
It's also from these mountain bases that Iran stores its mobile missile launchers,
This is AI, by the way.
taking them out, firing, before hiding them back into the mountain to reload and avoid detection.
Just to be clear, this is literally terrorist propaganda. I don't know how else you could possibly frame this. That's my opinion. This is insanity, right? And it's literally another 3 minutes of this talking about how Iran is so powerful. They have missile cities. They have missile bases. They have so cool and advanced weaponry to kill those Americans. This is actually shocking, by the way. I don't know how CNN had access to this. I don't know how CNN is doing this. But apparently CNN is just literally arm in arm with the regime releasing propaganda. Now, speaking of the regime, a tragedy did happen today. This is an Iranian strike in southern Israel, in Arad. This is a residential area, and 100 people were injured. So far, none dead as far as I am aware, but 100 injured. And again, this just goes to show Iran striking civilians, America and Israel quite literally striking targets. And if civilians die as casualties, and quite literally as collateral damage, it's really fucking sad. But that's their fault for forcing us into this war, for forcing us to need to fucking go and kill them. And they're not doing that. Their literal goal is to kill as many people as they can. They've been striking at civilians constantly. This missile was not intercepted, and 100 people were injured. These people are fighting to kill as many people as they can because they are in an Islamic death cult. And people aren't willing to acknowledge that fact. This is an unbelievable tragedy. It really is. Now, in American media, there has been a little bit of memeing around, if you'd say. This is Senator Ted Cruz, and he had a pretty diabolical line.
In his first term, President Trump took out General Soleimani. He took out al-Baghdadi. He utterly decimated ISIS. In his second term, he bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. He took out Maduro, and he is now taking out, among others, the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah, good news, he got to meet his 72 virgins.
Damn.
The bad news is all of them are Nick Fuentes.
Bro, I can't believe this is a fucking senator. Oh my god, dude. Anyway, Justin, FedEx says U.S. is taking countermeasures to bypass Iran's internet lockdown and deliver messaging to the Iranian people, which is a W, and they needed to do this immediately. Honestly, this is urgent. Now, to understand how our media is completely occupied, this is Don Lemon, CNN host, former CNN host. He was fired for being gay and retarded. And this is what he had to say.
Reporters have privilege, for it's like an attorney. And so you have to be very...
No way! Is he talking to Gavin Newsom? Holy shit. It's literally a meeting of the minds for retards.
careful about those things, and we cannot lose those things. Otherwise, we are going to lose the First Amendment. We're going to lose the freedom of the press, because part of that is having sources and being able to be trusted by those sources.
No one trusts you.
That you're not going to give any information away that they give you. Reporters go to jail over refusing to give up a source. And then usually it ends up working out for them, saying they don't have to, and they get out, but still. So we cannot lose those norms and those.
You mean like how under the Biden government, they literally locked down our internet under COVID? If you just say that the COVID vaccine has like some sort of side effect, you'll literally get banned. I mean, I got a video taken down by YouTube for that. People have gotten banned for that. You mean like how the Biden administration shut down literal freedom of speech?
Those traditions, because otherwise we're no better than a country that we're at war with
right
now.
Here we go.
We are saying,
That's right. If you arrest reporters for treason, all right, then you're literally just as bad as Iran, where they massacred 40,000 protesters.
that Iran shoots protesters. Well, so do we.
How could you possibly fucking compare Iran's massacre of 40,000 people trying to get their country back? All right? How could you compare that to two American retards that tried to run over ICE agents and kill them and were killed in self-defense? It's some of the most unbelievable, diabolical shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, running defense for the Iranian regime because you hate Trump is fucking insane.
And we're over there because Iran, jails reporters, or...
No, we're not over there because Iran jails reporters. We're over there because Iran has killed thousands of us and are developing nuclear weapons to exterminate us. So therefore, we're going to exterminate them first, like the roaches they are. The barbaric fucking terrorist pedophiles are going to die. And it's awesome, actually.
Doesn't have free speech, and that makes us no better than them if we...
What are we even doing? We are no better than Iran. Yes, they massacred 40,000 of their own people, but they arrested me for being a gay reporter that invaded a church and harassed people praying at a church.
You're acting and doing the very same things that they're doing.
We're not doing the same things they're doing. This is evil. This is like unconscionably evil. We're not doing the same thing they're doing. Holy fuck, these people are delusional.
What sort of moral authority do we have to be able to be there?
We have God on our side. Proof? The Ayatollah's dead. He did not have God on his side. That's proof. But like, this is insane. These people have been trying to kill us for 47 years. They've killed thousands of Americans. This dude doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care at all. He literally doesn't care at all. Replace them with some illegal aliens. Who cares if they kill 1,000 white Americans? We can replace them with brown people. Oh, colossal W. I hear Nigeria is very, very happy to give us as many of their people as they can. Did you know that they only legalized rape in Nigeria 1 day a year for the rape festival? Aside from that, Nigeria's swell.
And, you know, in a war and, quite frankly, killing people.
Yeah, of course we're killing people. It's awesome. They're gonna fucking die, and it's great. Hell yeah, dude. Let's kill more of them. Israel announced it will bomb bridges on the Litani River. A Russia Today journalist stands on the Litani River Bridge. Nearly gets bombed, cries foul, and says war crimes. Like, again, we're playing this fucking game every single time. Our enemies are just retarded. This dude did this whole thing talking about, oh my god, Israel almost bombed me, and I'm a journalist. He was literally standing exactly where Israel warned them they were gonna bomb. This is why no one trusts the press. The press is literally evil. It's unbelievable. Heartbreaking news from Gaza. I feel like we should talk about this. 96% of children say they feel death is imminent. Excuse me? Didn't you just go through a genocide? And now you guys are claiming death is imminent? What's going on? After more than 2 years of war and relentless violence, young Palestinians face a deeply mental health emergency. The mental health of children in Gaza. Girls in particular are at risk, including a rise in child marriage. Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what the fuck? What the fuck are we doing here? Wait. You're just gonna leave that at the end, Mr. UU News Center? Really, bro? Are we really seriously doing this? Excuse me, what? Gazan men rape little girls. The UN. It's the struggle to survive. Within this crisis, girls are among the most vulnerable. In Gaza, child marriage, which was previously on the decline, okay, has resurged sharply. Rates have fallen from 25% to only 11%. But now they're rising again. They're struggling to survive. This is fucking insane, dude. These people are wild retards. After the genocide that never happened, 96% of children that survived the genocide that didn't happen are now struggling through a new genocide. Raping children. I can't believe Israel would do this. Now, we are literally at war against the media. The media is the enemy. We have to fucking destroy them.
The run that conspiracy theorists have had in the last year. Pretty much every conspiracy theory has been proven to be true, and
I knew UFOs were
show
real.
that the government is controlling the weather. Okay,
That's for sure. And the
cloud
weather,
seeding
people
is used around the world,
didn't believe that.
but how countries including U.S., China, and Switzerland and Australia have implemented weather modification, and why it is controversial. Controversial because, of course, if you can control the weather, or if you desire to control the weather, you could also destroy the weather, and you could ruin life on Earth. How cloud seeding works. Weather stations monitor the atmosphere for clouds. Planes equipped with specialized flares are launched. Salt is released into the clouds. Supercooled water condenses around the salt, and the water droplets become heavy enough to fall as rain, and it increases rainfall about 25% per year. Yay, we can control the weather now. I mean, these are like obviously extremely real things. You've seen this. I mean, I've seen this at the airport. Like, they do this. They just banned it in Florida. What could possibly go wrong, right? Yeah, I mean, you could imagine. Why is suddenly these Middle Eastern countries flooding when they're in the middle of the desert? Anyway, CIA accused of poisoning the sky with toxins as files expose secret weather control agenda. Great for us. One top secret CIA file detailed America's plans to control the weather by manipulating the weather. Control the world by manipulating the weather. The documents declassified.
It's hard.
Discussed the controversial topic of weather modification, a tactic used by launching rockets or using planes to dump chemicals into the atmosphere, climate, or local control storm systems. Although the resurfaced document from 1965 does not mention specific chemicals they were using, they discussed the needs for funding the weather modification projects that would soon be used as a weapon of war. In fact, memos noted that federal funding for the top secret program was set to be 4 times higher in 1967, the same year that the U.S. began spraying toxins over Vietnam to cause floods and landslides. One post on X claimed, the CIA has been poisoning the sky and controlling the weather since 1965. The 18-page report was recently shared by conspiracy theorists. I mean, if it's a CIA report about poisoning the skies, and here it is, by the way, on the CIA's own website.
Well, I mean, it doesn't need to be on the CIA. I mean, you can see it on the Department of Defense's actual website. It's literally under HARP.
Interagency conference on weather modification, sponsored by the National Science Foundation, indicated the level of federal support for weather modification research has increased.
I don't know if I'm going to make it through this, guys.
Presently projected, and that it could be used to control the world, and that we could use it against the Soviets.
Hold on.
This U.S. weather modification program expands. We are likely to have increased demand for intelligence on Soviet accomplishments. The Soviets are also enlarging their programs for weather modification.
Oh my God!
Cool.
No.
So everyone's doing it. Like, this is enough to get you kicked off social media a couple years ago. Federal support for weather modification in all of our defense departments. Incredible.
You want that
so they're showing that they made a Hurricane Betsy.
So we just gotta go. We went the wrong way anyway.
Weather Bureau provided excellent and timely warnings for Hurricane Betsy. This warnings permitted the evacuation of people. What are they saying? Like, okay, so we're creating the hurricanes, and then we're warning people about them. It's wonderful. Give us more tax dollars. Conspiracy theorists realizing they were right again. CIA poisoning the sky. The chemtrails are real. Flat earthers waiting for their turn. Conspiracy theorists being right yet again. Hello. Can you hear them? What is our record now, guys? We owe conspiracy theorists another apology. I wish we could live in the year 3000 so I could be vindicated for literally everything that I believe.
I hope it doesn't hurt too bad.
We know. Declassified CIA files reveal that under LBJ and U.S. military sprayed chemicals from planes to modify the weather. Another day of conspiracy theories confirmed. So the chemtrails are real. The Goy beam is real. Baby foreskins being stolen by the cosmetic industry is real. The CIA heart attack gun is real. Havana syndrome is real. The discombobulator is real. They're all real, and they're all being done to all of us at all times without our consent. Yikes. Chemtrails are real. How many more of them do you need for confirmation? Conspiracy theorists hearing this is confirmed right now after years of screaming from the rooftops. We asked, by the way, the director of the EPA, his name's Lee Zeldin, about this. And said, hey, Lee Zeldin, like, do you guys do, weather modification? Do you guys, like, straight up do the things that, we all know that you can do? Everybody's seen this in their backyard, right? Are you ready to admit that they're spraying chemicals and heavy metals and blocking out the sun? Obviously, Tucker Carlson is asked about this. We took a flying laboratory. It's not a conspiracy. We're all being sprayed like bugs. What are the chemtrails? Here we go. Tucker Carlson just had an episode proving that skies are being sprayed with aluminum and chemicals, and the head of the EPA confirmed our skies are being sprayed with chemicals. RFK said our skies are being sprayed with chemicals. We need to ban this in all 50 states. We asked the director of the EPA. Kind of amazing. Here's what he had to say.
And the fact is that geoengineering is real. It's something that the U.S. government has acknowledged for a long time. Solar radiation modification, stratospheric aerosol injection, marine cloud brightening, weather modification, cloud seeding. Some of this stuff has a history that's going back many decades. Some of this stuff has history of government funding as recently as over the course of the last few years during the Biden administration. So the questions that the government that the people are asking of government is very fair. It's important for the people and the public to make sure that they understand what these things are individually, and you don't just confuse it all. Like if you just see some picture of a whole bunch of high altitude aircraft over your house where the conditions are very hot, jet fuel exhaust is coming in contact with low temperature air in high humidity that is causing that cloud exhaust fume to be, that cloud to exist for longer than a few minutes. what you shouldn't do is say, that is marine that is stratospheric aerosol injection, that is solar radiation modification, that is geoengineering. You start confusing terms and definitions, you will start losing your own credibility of your own question, of your own argument.
Now, speaking of terrorists, Hassan Piker is planning a trip to Cuba to rescue the Cubans or something. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with what's going on in Cuba, Cuba is a communist regime, dictator. The regime is collapsing. Trump is going to liberate Cuba. He said it himself. Peacefully liberate Cuba. Marcus Rubius, first of his name, also involved. This was Hassan Piker in 2025 talking about how he's too scared to go to Cuba because he's afraid of going to jail if he goes to Cuba. Now, Cuba is a communist regime that's literally been jailing anyone that protests against the communist regime. Shock of all shocks, Cuba is in complete and utter economic failure. There are blackouts across 75% of Cuba, and people are rising up against the communist regime, just like the Donald foretold.
I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes,
No!
because I didn't want to go to prison, and unfortunately.
Yeah. So this was him in 2025 talking about how he canceled his Cuba trip because he's scared to go to prison. But now it's trendy to go to Cuba. Greta Thunberg is going to Cuba, so Hassan Piker gets involved. Tone-deaf radicals flock to Havana in Cuba, staying in five-star hotels while island is in crisis. Mockery of the Cuban people. All right, so this is Hassan Piker and his little entourage of rejects and dumb fucks that go to Cuba in order to rescue Cuba from... honestly, the people in Cuba are rising up against their communist regime. We literally have, understand the level of retard we're dealing with. We have rich communists in America, Nepo baby, rich, multi-millionaire communists in America, flying to Cuba to tell the Cubans that actually communism is good, as they are literally being starved and imprisoned by the communist regime running Cuba. It is the most diabolical, sociopathic shit I've ever seen in my life. All right, so Hassan Piker meets Jody Evans in Cuba. For those of you who don't know who this is, Jody Evans, is married to Neville Roy Singham, $785 million tech fortune covered into America's largest CCP-linked protest infrastructure. Singham funds the People's Forum, which, by the way, is George Soros's campaign. Code Pink, $1.4 million annually. Code Pink is like the Queers for Palestine and shit like that. BSL and breakthrough news from his Shanghai office inside a Chinese propaganda firm. You are watching recruitment into a documented foreign influence network. This is literally what's happening. This is Hassan and a Code Pink, Roy Singham's wife, Code Pink's co-founder, and People's Forum, which is George Soros' board member, and they're working together quite literally to indoctrinate people into this gigantic communist project. I'm not gonna lie, if you told this to me, I would think it was a conspiracy theory, that it's like some gigantic psychic operation coming here to manipulate people into falling for this shit. It's literally that. It is quite literally that. We are witnessing the grooming of people into the communist pipeline in real time. Right? People say that I drag people to the alt-right pipeline. That's not true. I don't drag people to the alt-right pipeline. I am the alt-right pipeline. But more importantly than any of that, and I think it's super important to be aware, I'm just a rational fucking guy. No one funds me. No one pays me. I do my thing. I say what I want to say because it's the thing I want to say, all right? And people agree with me because I'm right about most things, actually, it seems. I have very simple values. I love America. I don't like terrorists. And I want terrorists to fucking die. I hate communists. I love the free market. And we're going to liberate Cuba. And these guys are going to cry. And it's going to be awesome. I hope that you don't mind that these are my stances, but they are. And if you don't like it, you should probably go cry about it or something, because it's really not going to change anything. Now, this is Hassan talking about Cuba, talking about how he loves the Cuban people. The Cuban people are so good. But specifically, the Cuban people in Cuba under communism. The Cuban people that fled Cuba and are in America, he hates those
Yes,
Cuban
I
people.
am.
So there are good Cubans and bad Cubans. The good Cubans are the really fucking poor Cubans suffering under communism. The bad Cubans are the ones that
Yeah,
went
it's
to
called
America and
Soundcheck.
overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump.
Cubans, fucking best people. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I love Cubans
kind,
too. True.
So welcoming, just the best.
Wow. So all
listening
Hassan
to
needed to do was
both. Like,
literally
I can't
join
hear you
this
with my headset
gigantic
on. What are you talking
multi-billion-dollar
about? I'm trying to
corporation
kill
of
this guy.
tech
Can you?
billionaires
This
funding
is so
CCP
crazy.
linked operations and give them money, and they're happy to see him.
Just the absolute best people.
Wow.
Oh my lord. Okay. Not in Miami. Oh, dude, it's the reversal.
Oh, this is awesome. But not in Miami, he says. Oh my God. Cubans, the best people, but not the American Cubans. I think Hassan should stay in Cuba. America is so fucking bad. This dude should stay in Cuba.
Literally, like, exact opposite. Like, all the good Cubans.
It's the opposite, because the Cubans in America are so evil. They voted for Trump. Oh my God. This is literally the most evil shit I've ever seen.
Stayed here, and most of the ones that are crazy just like flew up there. I swear to God.
Right, so all the crazy Cubans went to America. All the good, based, nice, kind Cubans are communists suffering under a communist regime. That's literally Hassan Piker. It's honestly insane. So we're doing the good Cubans who agree with me versus the bad Cubans who escaped depression. Literally. This is literally what we're dealing with. Like, this is the most cognitive dissonance bullshit I've ever seen in my entire life. The Cubans in Miami, for the record, are fucking awesome people. Yeah, they overwhelmingly voted for Trump because they're normal humans, but also they're just really good people. They punch above their weight class, they work hard, they make a living, they pay taxes, they're great people, all right? They're awesome, all right? And quite literally, it's the same people in Cuba that are in Miami, except the Miami ones are thriving and the Cuban ones are dying. It's almost like communism is an oppressive, evil regime that can't fucking work. Now Hassan, who's a multi-millionaire Nepo baby, all right, he goes here to talk about how the Cubans that escaped depression are actually the bad Cubans. If they were good Cubans, they would have stayed and suffered under communism, which is incredible. So this is Hassan explaining why he had to stay in a 5-star hotel while he was fighting for quite literally Cubans that are so poor they can't feed themselves.
I was saying, tourism is the lifeline for the Cuban economy as it stands currently.
Don't you think that means that the country fucking sucks? Sorry, I'm not trying to be controversial here to any of my Cuban homies, but if the entire lifeline of the country is foreign money coming in and propping it up, doesn't that mean that the country's actual economic situation is a disaster? The answer is yes, because it's a communist regime. It's communism, and therefore people are starving. You know, the F in communism stands for food. It's not a coincidence that every single communist country fucking sucks. It's not a coincidence, my guy.
The government has very limited resources.
Yeah, because they're communists, and they don't actually produce anything.
And the American government makes it illegal for Americans to stay wherever they want when they're in Cuba. They have to stay in what they've declared as 5-star hotels, right?
Right. So Hassan has to stay in the 5-star hotel because America forced him to. Poor baby.
I'm telling you all this because, like...
Bro's so frustrated he couldn't live in a shithole. He's going to shock Kaya a little bit extra tonight.
Even the 5-star hotels are not like, you know, they're... It's not
It's
like...
not even a nice 5-star hotel. Even the 5-star hotels are shitholes. Man, isn't Cuba great? This is unbelievable levels of cope. Yeah, I came us to stay at a 5-star hotel in Cuba. It's pretty awesome. People are starving here. His chat attacks him for staying at a 5-star hotel while people are starving. And his response is just like, oh, I just stay here because America forces me to stay here, actually. It's actually really shitty. Man, Cuba fucking sucks, bro. You the 5-star hotels are shitholes. It's like, bro, thank you for proving our point.
It's what the American government has declared 5-star hotels.
Oh.
But regardless,
Oh.
in comparison to the situation on the island, it's prosperity pretty.
It's prosperity. Man, he's living it big in his paid vacation. Chinese paid vacation to the Cuba 5-star hotels. Isn't that nice? Now, day 2 of Hassan Piker in Cuba. Besides streaming from his hotel room and doing off-stream interviews for his YouTube channel, Hassan has drank at a local bar and given cash away in hopes he will save Cuba. Well, get ready for the activism, boys.
Not having any bandwidth whatsoever, I have no idea what's going on.
Okay, cool.
Like last night we ended the broadcast, and
Right, so what did you do in Cuba? You're trying to liberate Cuba. So how's it going?
Went and linked up with the Progressive International boys. I met Jeremy Corbyn.
Whoa, I met this famous communist, and I met that famous communist, and I met this famous terrorist supporter.
Was fantastic. And I hung out with the Kneecap boys. We went out and
they support Hezbollah, by the way.
And drank at like a local
hell yeah,
establishment.
dude. Man, he went to Cuba and he got wasted with the boys. He got drunk. All of them, they all support the same terrorists, so it's honestly pretty cool.
And we have been, we've just been living La Vida Loca.
It's just the best to be in communist Cuba while everyone around us is literally starving without internet or power.
Honestly, we've just been living life, living large.
Yeah, so that's Hassan's vacation. I'm sorry, activist trip to Cuba where he rescued the Cubans from whatever. Now, this is another one of the people in Cuba. Why are 30 Democrats over in Cuba at a communist training camp, one of them being Ilhan Omar's daughter? That is correct. This person that was on the envoy with Hassan Piker is the daughter of Ilhan Omar, joining the Cuba fucking communist getaway. All right, now this is another one of them. Code Pink leftist activist heading to Cuba, telling people they're living under communism, how bad America is. And look at her flying in first class, explaining to you how actually America bad. She also has fetal alcohol syndrome, like most leftists.
So we're on the plane now, getting ready to go to Havana, Cuba. We have this entire charter flight full of people.
Wow, we're bringing all these activists to tell people in Cuba that are suffering under communism how bad Trump is.
And as important, full of medicines. And we're so excited to be with the Cuban people and show our support, show our solidarity, and to say that this cruel, inhumane, barbaric policy of the Trump administration...
Man, Trump is really bad that he forced Cuba to survive themselves, and they can't because they're communists and they fucking suck. Wow, it's so mean of Trump to get rid of Maduro, the dictator in Venezuela that was propping up the Cubans. Wow, that's diabolical. Poor Cubans are now dying because Trump decided to capture a dictator. Again, this is literally leftist policy. They literally do not believe in agency or responsibility at all. All right? The responsibility of the Cuban people falls on the Cuban government. The Cuban government is a communist regime that cannot stand on its own two legs because it's communist. They imprison dissenters. They fucking hate everyone. They're evil. They're literally an outpost to China and Iranian training grounds in our hemisphere, and they're gonna fucking collapse. So the activists that love China, and they love the actual Iranian training camps, are going to preach how actually Trump is bad. The reason why you guys are suffering and starving is not because of the communist government. No, it's because of Trump. Now, for anyone that knows anything about history, they know this is retarded and also lies, because Cuba 100 years ago was more wealthy and advanced than it is today because it wasn't under communism. Why is it that 100 years ago Cuba looked really fucking good and Cuba today is an absolute shithole? Duh, we all know the difference. It's not because of Trump. Okay, get out of here. So Steven Crowder has been attacking Hassan Piker over this, and honestly, Steven Crowder has been based as fuck lately.
Kneecap's going to Cuba? Yeah, I know.
Kneecap is a band that supports Hezbollah terrorists, by the way.
I mean, I know. I've been working hard, boys. You expect the CNN person to go with you? CNN is going with us already.
Yeah, the Communist News Network supports the communists. Didn't see that coming.
Yeah, we have Boy's going. I Did a Thing is going. We have a
Right, all the woke YouTubers from around the globe, like woke Avengers assemble.
major. Dude, more people will be revealed in the upcoming days. I've been working on this for... No, it's not Donnie, unfortunately. I forgot to literally invite Donnie. It was such a mistake on my part. It's another CNN reporter that'll be on board. But I've been working for the last 2 months on like organizing this major flotilla trip. Like, shouts out to...
It's not a flotilla. It's literally a chartered plane. Because these guys are multi-billionaires. All right, just to understand who's going to save Cuba, all right, it's the billionaires. It's the George Soros people.
Progressive International, they've been doing all the logistics, obviously, but I've been trying to get as many people as possible to come. Are you bringing aid? What are y'all doing there? Yes, we're bringing medical aid. Not only are we bringing...
Yeah, we're bringing bandages and big fuck Trump signs to Cuba.
Medical aid and, you know, solar panels as well, because, like, the Answer Coalition and, like, the PSL front orgs are bringing a lot of solar panels and stuff like that. But then, on top of that, on top of that, like
On
the
top of
goal
that.
there is to just, like show Americans,
All right, here we go.
like what the regular experiences for regular Cuban folks actually
That's right. We are going to prove to America that communism works, and it's Trump's fault that these people are suffering.
look like on the island, because there's obviously somewhat of a communication blackout.
Yeah, that's because they can't afford electricity, and they have no oil because they got all their oil from Venezuela, and Venezuela is now our bitch.
From American media as far as like their everyday existence of Cubans, you can just go to Cuba. Like even right now, you can just go to fucking Cuba.
Yeah, wow.
Okay.
Pretty good stuff. Anyway, so that's Hassan Piker saving the world one day at a time, supporting terrorists wherever he can. And this is Steven Crowder with an actual Cuban, an actual Cuban human being, and they tear him to shreds.
When I see these people go to Cuba and talk about how wonderful and poor people, because the U.S. is oppressing them, knowing the truth, knowing that no person gets on a raft and spends days at sea trying to get to freedom, knowing very well that they can die. And
yeah, true. Why are all these people risking their lives to flee Cuba if Cuba is actually fucking awesome? like explain that to me. Why are people leaving Cuba, but people aren't coming to Cuba? No one ever explains this to me. This is like when all these people are like, yeah, Muslim countries are awesome, which is why we are all leaving the Muslim countries and going to England and France. Bro, Muslim countries were so fucking good. Why are you leaving?
just living with that reality, no one does that unless what's going on over there is really, really dark. And the fact that these people are trying to whitewash it and just, butter it up. And
they are. They quite literally are using Cuba as their little communist gay propaganda campaign, and it's evil. They're literally standing on the suffering Cubans to push their bullshit narrative to groom Americans into thinking communism is cool and Trump is bad. Just to understand, they did the same thing with Palestine. None of these guys gave a fuck about the dead Palestinians. None of them gave a shit about them. They were more than happy to use their corpses as a little mound that they could stand on to preach how the Western civilization is evil and shit. Because that's literally what they did, right? If they actually cared about the Palestinians, they'd be protesting Hamas. You know, the retards that have been oppressing their own people in Gaza and started the fucking war that they lost miserably, but they didn't protest Hamas. They support Hamas. And that's how you know that they're complete frauds. All right, and that's why you should watch Nuxanor, the only guy that gets it right. Sorry. Sorry for the shameless plug, but you should definitely subscribe.
call it vintage and call people resilient. Yeah, we're resilient, but not because we've been fighting against the U.S. It's because we've been oppressed by a regime that, sold social justice. And it's even scarier when you see the similarities between the Cuban narrative and the Democrat narrative.
Wow.
Yeah. And I have to say, and I don't don't believe that every Democrat is a socialist or a communist. Absolutely not.
That's true. Not all of them. Some of them are just retarded.
But it would be great if they admitted that their party is the one that the socialists found fit to infiltrate with their social justice.
Yeah, because they're retarded. I mean, they literally have the queers for Palestine. Like, dude, they think men can be women, bro. Did you not get the memo?
BS. I want to say this. Cuba has to do their part. And I know a lot of Cubans don't like it when I say this, because Cubans on the island, it's time for them to rise up. And they're starting. I know it's scary, but we're doing our best to try to encourage them. I do have family there, and people are like, how could you say that? If they're going to go to prison or they could be in prison, well, I morally cannot ask U.S. to put their kids, their soldiers, their guys at stake if I'm not asking the people in Cuba, my birthplace,
that's respectable,
to risk and sacrifice as well. Freedom is not free. And we cannot just be thinking that the U.S. is just going to come and free us, although we would love the help because we need it.
I'm just saying, Cuba would make a nice 51st state that would vote Republican for a long fucking time.
Cuba does need to understand that inside the island, there needs to be an uprising. And there needs to be an uprising for the sake of freedom, but for the sake of the world understanding that the regime has not completely manipulated the people's minds. Right now, these
But don't worry, because a couple of gay communist activists are explaining to us that actually it's Trump's fault.
Flotillas flying over their situation are being successful because
I just have to say, I love that they chartered a plane and they called it a flotilla. Like, how fucking gay is that, bro?
There's not like a huge amount of people just massively protesting in the streets, proving this wrong.
Yep.
If Cuba rises, and
I mean, literally, they're burning down communist buildings in Cuba right now, and then you have Hassan talking about how actually everyone loves communism here and America's bad. But like, that's a level of delusional retardation that that I would think would be impossible.
shows the world, no, we do not agree with the regime. No, we do not agree with these, bobos coming here to talk the nonsense they're talking and try to twist the narrative. If that were to happen, I think it would make the biggest difference. So I think that the U.S. is doing a wonderful job, and we appreciate it. But my wish is that the people overcome fear and finally show the world that they've had enough.
Yeah. Wow. I don't think I've ever heard a case better articulated
Time to fight.
than that. And what I mean is a lot of people going, hey, no, we actually love the U.S. Can you help us? And you taking inventory and accountability saying, yeah, but Cuba has to do their part. That's the way that it needs to be done.
Yeah, and the reality is, the Hassan Pikers of the world, quite literally, are operating on behalf of foreign governments to destroy us. We have so many enemies within, and we need to start fucking taking them out. Obviously not with violence or anything, but we need to start obliterating these fuckers. Rhetorically, of course, but also, we gotta deport some of them. Like, these people don't need to be in our country. This is Hassan Piker struggling to dream because he refuses to use Elon Musk's Starlink, which he is literally providing to the Cuban people.
Every Friday, you already know what we do out here.
It's Friday then.
Rain or shine,
It's
baby.
Saturday,
Even
Sunday,
if
what?
we are in.
It's Friday then.
Right, so his entire stream is fucked up because he refuses to use Elon Musk's Starlink. Except, I have bad news. He's using Elon Musk's Starlink. He just knows he'll be called a hypocrite for admitting it. The blurry 2-second stints every 30 to 90 seconds is when the satellite is hopping. When the satellite is hopping, it's hard to hide on a live stream. Perfectly lines up when you watch the satellites live on Starlink.sx. He literally is using Starlink, but he's virtue signaling that, I would never support Elon Musk. So he makes believe he's not using Starlink. This dude's the most performative fuckboy I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, Asmongold is losing it, cracking up that Hassan goes to Cuba to talk about him because he's such a retard.
Went to Cuba to sit in a hotel.
He went to Cuba to talk about Asmongold, bro. Oh my god, it's unbelievable!
Oh man, it's not a good place to be in, right? It's really not a good place to be in. Damn, that's too bad. That's really just too bad.
Yeah, it's the funniest shit in the world. This dude fucking sucks, bro. It's unbelievable. Now, Bill Maher, of course, gets himself humiliated on Cuba in the most hilarious way.
I want to talk about Cuba. This must be important to you, right? That's where your family's from? You grew up
We're
here?
Mexican, not all the same, Bill.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just love leftists being racist.
Who's got jokes now?
I love when leftists are racist. It just makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. It's like, you guys suck at your own game. Now, the enemy is actually inside the gates. So this is New York City Mayor Zoran Hamdani hosting an Islamic prayer on Friday at Prospect Park with speakers blaring, so other residents are forced to hear the Muslim ritual. This is what we call colonialism.
Eid Mubarak to everyone here. Salam alaikum.
Allahu Akbar.
They're totally not conquering us. This is totally not conquering us. Totally. You know they have hundreds of mosques. Why are they doing it in Prospect Park? Fantastic question. Everyone knows the answer. The answer is because this is just showing their dominance. It's so obvious, actually. Zoran Mamdani announces that Eid will officially become a public holiday in New York City. Wow, wow. Remember, when they say separation of church and state, they literally mean the church. Only the Christian church. All right? They don't care if it's anything else. They quite literally don't care. Now, in case you didn't want mass deportations before, this is Muslims roasting guinea pigs on the streets of New York.
Está el caso del tesorero.
Not just Muslims, I guess.
Son ratones, no son ratones.
Yo, Pedro. Absolutely, absolutely, bro. Hell yeah, dude. Now, this is the New Jersey Governor Cheryl wearing a hijab. Wow, we're totally not getting conquered or anything. It looks like more Jews controlling the media. All right, so Eid Mubarak streetlights go up in New York City, lit by Mayor Mamdani. Totally, this isn't announcing some sort of dominance.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eid
These are the guys that told you that saying Merry Christmas is racist, and you have to say Happy Holidays instead, by the way. That's right. Look, man, I'm not trying to be controversial here or anything. I'm just saying, look at what they're doing in Europe, and why are we surprised that they're going to start trying to do it here? It's actually super obvious, actually. All right, now, Zoran Mamdani had a little bit of a crash out. He's super angry at the Islamophobia. People are like, he's like so mad when people call out Muslims for just fucking killing people. It's so heartbreaking, you know? I think that, you know, there would be so much less Islamophobia if Muslims would just stop killing people all of the time, literally around the world, everywhere they go.
I think anyone who grew up post 9/11 knows that anti-Muslim bigotry isn't anything new here, but to you, does it seem like there's something different or something new this time?
I think there's an unabashed nature to it.
Wow. Did you know that literally anti-Semitic hate crimes increased in New York City by like 500% since Zoran Mamdani became elected as mayor? Did you know that there's basically, and when I say hate crime, I don't mean like a guy said anti-Semitic slur or something. I mean literally Jews getting stabbed and strangled and beaten up, and cars driving into Jewish synagogues and stuff like that every single day. Statistically, has one of these incidents. Not exaggerating. Since Zoran Mamdani showed up. But let's talk about Islamophobia. Even though, you know, Islamophobic hate crimes are basically non-existent. Thank God. I don't want to see these people getting attacked in the streets. But the reality is, it's not a real issue, actually.
And it is
people telling you that, hey, you're part of a religion that says the Jews and Christians are the lowest of things, and that your goal is to slit the kafar at the neck. Quite literally, I think your religion hates us, wants to conquer us and kill us, which it does. And then they get all upset about like Islamophobia or something because you quoted the Quran.
Being echoed from the highest offices in this country, they do so without any sense of shame.
Yeah, they should totally be ashamed to say we shouldn't invite a death cult into our country that's literal stated goal is to kill us.
And what is remarkable about Islamophobia and anti-Muslim bigotry is not that it is bigoted for their...
There's no such thing as anti-Muslim bigotry, and there's no such thing as Islamophobia, obviously. It's not an irrational fear. But it's not bigotry to actually dislike Muslims, because Islam is an ideology. It's not a race, all right? It's not a race. It's not a protected class. It is an ideology. They're trying to convince you that it's not, and that it is some sort of race issue. It's literally not a race issue. Like, you have made, with your own agency and free will, you have made the decision to be part of a group that literally preaches killing us. Now, again, I don't hate all Muslims. I really don't. And I think people think that I do when I make this content. I like Muslims that aren't very religious. But if you are a religious Muslim, you want us dead, because that's what the religion calls for. And we don't need to mince words. There's a reason why there have been over 67,000 Islamic terrorist attacks since 9/11. Alone, since 9/11, 67,000 terrorist attacks. Currently, there are 10 wars going on around the world, essentially. 9 of them are Muslims fighting people. Why? Is it a coincidence? It's not anti-Muslim bigotry. All right, that's getting the Muslims in Nigeria to massacre Christians, or the Muslims in Syria to massacre Druze, or Awalites, or Christians, or the Muslims in any other countries to fucking get involved.
There's so much bigotry in this country. It is that there are very few who...
Your wife literally likes Facebook posts of Islamic terrorists killing Jews. Do you know that, sir?
Who speak up in opposition to it. The manner in which it has become normalized. And it is not exclusive to any one political party. It is endemic, frankly, to our politics. And what this kind of bigotry shows is a complete...
Not endemic enough. Holy shit. Why are they doing this in public?
Erasure of the million or so Muslims who call the city home.
No one wants to erase them. We just want to deport them, bro. If they want Sharia... If they want Sharia law so badly, why don't they go to a country that has Sharia law? Oh, because they're all shitholes.
Whose identity has often been one that they are made to feel as if is in tension with being a New Yorker. When, as I grew up here, I understood, and so many others did, that there is no tension in those identities. They can be one and the same.
Yeah, if you conquer New York, it simply becomes part of who you are. Yeah, we know. Cool. Anyway, Pokimane, history's most performative e-girl, shows up with an Eid Mubarak. Notice how she's never said, Merry Christmas on her Twitter account, ever. I've checked. But she said, Eid Mubarak. There it is. There it is. Yep, we've reached the point where it is now cool and woke and trendy to be Muslim. Why has Islam become trendy? It's a misogynistic anti-life cult. What the fuck are we doing? Based Sydney Watson, 50,000 likes. And she's correct. The left will convince you you're not allowed to say this, but this is literally their principles. It's what they believe in. Like, it's not controversial of me to state that they quite literally believe in this stuff. That's what they say themselves. They want to become martyrs to kill you and, inshallah, have 72 underage virgins in heaven. Like, literally, quite literally, their prophet was a pedophile. That is their most revered person in their religion. Again, not trying to be controversial or anything. And again, I don't have any hatred in my heart to Muslims that aren't very religious. But if you are a religious Muslim, you probably want to kill me. I'm aware of that. And apparently it's racist to be aware of that. Now, here is more than 30,000 Muslims gathering for the Eid prayer in Small Heath Park in Birmingham. This is a show of dominance, by the way. And don't worry, because it's not only there. Here is the Australian Prime Minister Albanese went to a Sydney mosque for the Eid prayers, right? Every single one of these Western leaders has to absolutely capitulate, bend over backwards for their Muslim populations because they are the most they're the biggest populations. They're the voting bloc that matters the most. They're the ones that have the most kids, and they're conquering your countries. So this is the Australian Prime Minister. He's a gay libtard, all right? Goes out there to literally suck up to these guys. It doesn't work out. And a bunch of Muslims get up, get really mad at this guy because apparently he's Western or something. And they're like, no, stop. Don't say mean words to him, all right? Where this is the subtle conquering of Europe. Oh my God. Someone, go beat your wife. Go beat your wife. Hello, she is speaking out of line. Yeah, pretty awesome stuff, honestly, because they all hate him and they all want to conquer him, but they know that meanwhile they're a minority, so they have to play ball. Nux, I can't believe you're saying the quiet part out loud. No, you're not allowed to notice that this is literally their gigantic plan to conquer Europe by making believe that they're just cool and hip, but they all actually hate us. It's amazing. Wow. Shocking that pandering to people who call you a putrid dog didn't work out. Truly, no one could have seen this coming. It is truly some shocking shit. But don't worry, it's not just Australia. Here's the Muslim Brotherhood releasing a Ramadan video to all UK Muslims, openly declaring the goal is a control and takeover.
What is our collective strategy?
Right,
what is our vision of the world? Projects for world reform.
Oh, so I'm Islamophobic when I say they're trying to conquer the world, but they literally say out loud that they're trying to conquer the world?
At least that is what dawah means. Now we need to think strategically to dominate the entire world. And we lay things in a strategic way and according to our beliefs.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has honored this ummah with a responsibility to carry the message of Islam to the whole world.
We are in a transformative phase, and
yeah, we keep losing wars that we start, so therefore we're waging a silent war where we just outbreed you.
What is to come is going to be totally different from what we have left behind.
That's scary, because they've lost every single war they've started since the 1100s, so they're really trying to change up their record.
Now, how long that transformative phase is, only Allah knows.
Right. So, yeah, Muslim Brotherhood openly declaring that these guys have a plan to conquer the world, but you're Islamophobic if you notice. All right, just in, the projected largest mosque in the United States has opened. Wow, in Dearborn, Michigan. Isn't that nice? The Islamic Institute of America Mosque opened early to celebrate Eid. Right, it's the Eid time where they basically let us know that they're conquering us. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that nice? Good stuff, beautiful, love that. Anyway, it's Islamophobic for me to say that I don't like the Islamic takeover of America so much. Here is Turkey, turning the Hagia Sophia, which used to be a church, into a mosque again in 2020. And Eid has been celebrated there since 2021. This was the Hagia Sophia yesterday. Yeah, but the West is a colonial, right? The West are colonizers. We're the colonizers. We're the slavers. Right? Not them. Not them. They are the better people. They are merely spreading peace with the sword. quite literally, across the world, conquering us and then laughing in our face about how they've conquered us. Pretty cool stuff, honestly, if I do say so myself. This is France. All right. Oh, this is just immigration. What do you mean? This isn't an invasion at all. This is just immigration, guys. You don't want your country to look like this? You must be a racist bigot. I can't believe you would be like that. Unbelievable. This is Eat Prayers in St. Petersburg, Russia. Russia, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Wow, Russia. Now, the reason why I'm showing you Russia is twofold. One, because just note they are conquering the world, and that is their stated goal, and we're not allowed to notice it. And I don't see enough people talking about it, quite literally. Maybe it's because it makes you a bigot or something, but more people need to be aware of this. And second of all, is because Cucker Katarlson over here has literally been on record stating, well, I'll just let you hear it yourself.
My main instinct is that the lesson of World War II for some people was white Christian countries are a threat to the world.
100%. Post-war consensus, yes.
And that's just not a fact, actually, at all. That's why they hate Russia.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be the only majority white Christian country in the world soon, and they hate it. That is why they hate it, by the way. Let's just stop lying about it. That's why they hate it.
Right. So the reason why the West hates Russia is because Russia is going to be the only Christian majority country in the world, because the West is, I guess, not that. Anyway, community note, Russia is Europe's fastest growing Muslim population, currently at 19%, estimated to be at 30 to 50% in 2050. Europe has 6.8 Muslim population to reach 10 to 2% and a medium immigration in 2050 that is higher than the current immigration levels. Christians estimated to reach 65%. So this is a lie, actually. He's just literally lying, propagandizing people to think that Russia is cool and awesome and stuff. Russia is the largest Muslim population in any Christian country in the world, and the fastest growing one too. Notice how he doesn't actually care, because literally he just spouts the Islamic talking points every single time he goes literally anywhere. It's honestly insane. It's crazy. Now, in Zoran Mamdani's New York, this is a Muslim man working for USPS, attacking a Jewish 4-year-old child in New York. Wow. Nice. Wow. We got to clamp down on this anti-Muslim bigotry real quick. All right? They might not even feel comfortable beating up Jewish children anymore. And I don't even know if I would want to live in New York like that. Look at the way he just shoves that little dude. This is honestly insane. Look at this. Right? Here's just a little, just fucking hurls him onto the ground. Oh my God, that's fucking crazy, dude. No, but this anti-Muslim bigotry has to end, and has to end now. Has to end immediately.
Give her hell, Kaylin. All the way up. Now I go.
Dang. That's cool.
So that is a grapple fork, and for those of you that don't understand how this works, this rope, this right here, this is for confusional, artistic purposes only. See, the rope has nothing to do with what's being held up there right now. It is 100% supported by iron at this point. The way to release those hooks is to pull the trolley all the way to the end, where on a barn it would have a trip right there. When it went over the trip, it would release those hooks. The trip is at home on my entry gate because it's cool looking and I wanted it there. As far as the new deck we put down, I didn't feel like leaving expansion gaps around this tree because that tree is damn done growing. As far as this lumber having 0 gaps on the joists, 0 gap, I did that intentionally for intentional purposes. This right here is a trap door. That is where all the valves are to turn on and off all the water to different areas on the property. Underneath this milk jug is the wellhead. This used to have a well house little building right there, and that was my way of beautifying the well activity going on right here. This is the only thing we couldn't really hide very well was this, but slap a chair in front of it would be good. Let's go back to the no gapping situation. The no gapping means this lumber that I picked up directly from the sawmill. Directly from the sawmill means it's really still pretty wet. You know what happens to wood when it dries out? You see, the funny thing about wood, morning wood, afternoon wood, evening wood, midnight wood, it doesn't matter what kind of wood. All wood, when it loses its moisture content in the middle, it all shrinks. So give me 1 month and you will see that I installed it with gaps. Anywho, we are on the closing end of this project. All I've got left is I've got to trim this foam back and chink around the door, chink around the windows on the grain bin. I do want to build a little trough channel, like a U square box here with sheet metal, so when water comes down the chain, it stays more in the channel than landing on this stone.
Now, a small jewelry shop in Ventura is getting a lot of attention online. Word is spreading that they accept sea glass as a form of currency. And as CBS LA's Elise Martinez tells us, they now have a network of beachcombers locally and around the world exchanging sea glass for store, credit, or cash.
Megan Bell is a dedicated sea glass collector.
The amount that you see now was just 1 year of collecting on the beach, morning, night, weekends. I have my secret ways of gathering a lot at one time.
Bell came to Betty Belt in Ventura to see how much her sea glass is worth.
Look at this, mermaid money.
Shades of blue and turquoise are more valuable than other colors because of how rare they are.
All your blues and turquoises are worth $99.
Owner Donna Pu'u has been accepting sea glass as currency for years, but more people are now hearing about it thanks to a now viral video made by one of her employees with more than 500,000 views on TikTok alone.
That may not sound like a lot, but for us it really is. We're a really small company, and this has been such a blessing. You know, I think it just struck a nerve with people, this alternate economy.
The store has built a network of beachcombers who bring in their sea glass from near and far. But not every piece passes the test.
This one's a little rough, so we won't take that one. There actually is a lot of fake sea glass out there nowadays in the jewelry market. We only work with authentic sea glass, and I can tell the difference when people bring it in.
Collectors can exchange their sea glass for store credit or the lesser cash option, or they can have it turned in to jewelry. For Belle, what began as an obsession with the ocean is now a productive hobby.
To be able to trade it in for jewelry that I'm probably going to buy anyways, it's fun that way, you know? I feel like we're both getting something out of it. What goes around comes around, you know?
In Ventura, Elise Martinez, CBS LA.
So, did Code Pink's humanitarian festival cause a blackout in Havana, Cuba? So, basically, they had a music festival. So, basically, this is it's kind of like, it seems like this event was kind of like Burning Man for communists, right? It was like communist Burning Man. And so they all went to, but the only people burning up apparently are the ones in the hospital. And because they shut down the power. And that's what's happened. And it's a good analogy. Let's make a person a dog and a person named Iran giving dogs in a way. Oh, I mean, with Iran, that's something totally different. Yeah, it's the Fire Festival, exactly. So let's watch this. Oh, look at them all. Wow. Wow. Man. How about that? Oh. That's crazy. So, this is the same woman here. We're in Havana. We have landed our solidarity of humanitarian aid to the U.S. blockade, trying to suffocate the Cuban people into submission. Okay, here we go. Let's watch it.
We're here in the Havana Jose Marti Airport. This is just one part of the donations that we brought. There's 6,500 pounds donations.
Wow.
The value is about $500,000. It's a drop in the bucket for what Cuba needs, but it's a show of our solidarity with the people of Cuba and our opposition to what Trump is doing to try to strangle the Cuban people.
Resist.
Cuba
sí bloqueo no. Cuba sí bloqueo no. Cuba sí bloqueo no.
Estamos aquí con las donaciones. Bueno, es una
See, this is more logic and morality inversion, where they end up siding with the country that, like, why is it that Cuba has political prisoners? Why is it that Cuba kills journalists and they kill people that are oppositional to their government? Like, I'm sorry, but, like, the moment that I see somebody running defense for a government that kills its own people for, you know, like, basically disagreeing with them, that's the moment that I stop. Like, you should never listen to the morality of a person like that. Because everything that they're going to say is going to be retarded. Everything is going to be retarded. There's no consistency. There's no reasoning. There's nothing. It is pure, like, emotion-driven reasoning. Why does she look like a Dr. Seuss character? She looks like the Lorax. Young people in Cuba, yeah, zero logic. Yeah, there's no reasoning for it. They lack the comprehension of actual morality. And so, yeah, Palmer Luckey. Seems a little weird to chant, "This is what democracy looks like" in the streets of an authoritarian country that explicitly bans all political parties outside the Communist Party of Cuba. It's really sad. It's genuinely sad to see these people do this. And honestly, I hate to say this, but I do hope that one of the times that they go out and they go on one of these virtue signal things, I hope that the government there just takes all of them and puts them in a camp. I do. I hope that's what happens. That's what they deserve. Because they're running defense, and I do really mean that, by the way. Here's the reason why. These people are running defense for a regime, an administration, a occupation of the government that kills people by the thousands. Their own government kills their own people. There is nothing that could be more poetically just than for them to face those same consequences, for them to be put in those political work camps, for them to be sent to the re-education camps, for them to be the ones that gets put in jail and then, you know, indefinitely held there forever. That's what should fucking happen to them. And I hope one day it does. And eventually, I honestly, like, if I was Trump, I'd pay him to do it. I would. I'd say, listen, all right, here it is. So these people are going to come on over there. Why don't we, all right, you want the sanctions lifted? Next time a bunch of our weird, cringe protesters come over there, arrest all of them and put them in a work camp. We'll get rid of your sanctions, right? You kill two birds with one stone. Cubans 100% agree? Yeah, I know. And don't let them back in? Maybe you're right. And so if I were Trump, I'd say keep them there. Yeah, I'd just keep them there. And that's it. I hate these people. And the reason why is that they're the ones that, here's the big problem, is that they create a environment where this type of behavior is enabled. They create an environment where it's allowed and people accept it. And I think that's what makes it so toxic and bad, is that they're the ones that are enabling all of this. They're the ones that are pushing all of that. So people have lights. The rest of Cuba does not. Yeah, the new CCOT for lefties. I like that. They're politically motivated. They are. And hate isn't a strong enough word. You're right. I agree with you, honestly. So anyway, let's go back. I'll look at that later on. But first thing, I'll focus on this too. Breaking footage from outside the hotel in Cuba where communist flotilla, Pablo, okay, this Code Pink, this is also Hassan apparently is there. So the entire island, this is what happened last night. This is actually probably the worst optics that one of these events has ever had. So let me explain what happened. So last night, or somewhere around there, Cuba's electrical grid went basically offline. And one of the only places that still had electricity was the tourist 5-star hotel that all of these Americans and Westerners are staying at while they can cosplay as being communist revolutionaries in Cuba. I'm not even kidding you. You're going to see the videos. And the entire other fucking rest of the country is blacked out. But there's like that one light on the hill, and that's the light that they're all staying at. It's crazy. Here we go. Watch this. Look. I don't know how many of these videos. It's like Resident Evil, bro. Everybody's gone. All the lights are off. Crash out? Yeah, look at this. So this is the place. Obviously, everybody's doing just fine here. I'm assuming this is the hotel. Look how good they look. Oh, wow. Wow, everything's lit up. It's so great, isn't it? Oh, boy. Useful idiots? Yeah, I know. Isn't it sad? Does Hassan blame Israel for this? Well, yeah, of course he did. I mean, Israel, why would Israel do this? Audio's broken? I don't think the audio's broken. I'm pretty sure it's not. It is broken. Okay. I need to stop opening it on other pages. I think that's what really fucks it. I mean, it's not really nothing happening, right? But yeah, look at all this. So then you walk outside of the safe zone, right? You walk outside of the safe zone, and now you're in the wild. You've just regressed 1,000 years in technology. Power's out? Yep. Oh my god. Where's all the lights? What happened to the lights, guys? That's crazy. There's nothing on at all. Need to craft a torch? I guess so. Yeah, you exited the capitalism zone. You've entered into socialism and communism here. Here we go. Wow. Wow. This is Cuba right now. Exactly what happens in Dying Light. Yeah, it's like a horror game, exactly. It is. Oh my god. That's crazy, yeah. Dying light? Well, it is literally a dying light. I mean, so what happened is that, obviously, you know, here we go. Angry man goes to a hotel where code pink communists are staying in Cuba. They get to enjoy electricity thanks to a generator, but 99% of Cubans are without electricity after tonight's nationwide blackout. Okay, let's take a look at it, guys. Here we go. See that? Wow, what a nice place. And everywhere else is pitch fucking black. Oh my god. Jesus! Look at that! Oh my god! People are calling it the abyss. That's advanced darkness, it is. Priorities in a nutshell. Yep, there you go, guys. And so the optics are brutal. There's no way they thought this was a good idea. And here's another image of it. I have a friend in Cuba that just notified me that every patient in the hospital that was on a ventilator died tonight. Well, I don't know about every single one, right? It's hard to say, but it does look like that probably happened. So this basically caused a huge power outage, and this is, again, like, and think about how sad that is. My mom was on a ventilator, you know? Like, what the fuck? Like, even my dad was for a period of time. Like, to just, you know, imagine somebody sitting there in a hospital bed just, you know, dying just because the power's out. It's just that's horrible. What a terrible way to die. And not to mention just how sad it is. So, yeah, I mean, obviously it's horrible to see something like that happen. Thinking of there's something supremely saddening and enraging seeing a hospital running on a bare minimum power, thinking about dialysis patients, babies in the NCIU, and others tonight in Cuba. This is a blockade of death. Of course, right? And that's it. And so you've got the entire area is out of power except for, obviously, look at this. All these people are so happy. Wow. Hospitals will have generators even if they died. You can manually ventilate patients with a bag. They won't all die? Oh, they won't all die? That's great. Yep, and so this is it. The Cuban communist dictatorship had to cut off power to impoverish peasants so Kneecap could conduct a humanitarian performance. It's just embarrassing, man. It really is. How can America do this to me? I know, man. And went to Cuba to fight, only for them to kill a few hospitalized Cuban patients. Well, it's hard to know whether or not this is actually related or not, but it seems like it probably is. We'll get to that in a minute. Let me focus on this first. And but yeah, the optics on it, obviously, it looks terrible, right? It looks absolutely horrible to see something like this happen. And where did it go? Oh, here we go. Irish band Kneecap consume electricity and perform a concert for Code Pink and liberal activists in Cuba, while Cubans face constant electricity blackouts. Man. Man. That's too bad, huh? So they're going around. Is this really the USA's fault on this, though? Of course, everything is the United States' fault. The United States are the ones that have caused all this bad stuff to happen. And if they just let Cuba do what they want, then everything would be amazing. But for some reason, that they won't do that because they don't want it. They don't want the world to see how great Cuba is. And Kneecap and Bob Villain need to be executed publicly for treason. Well, I don't know about that, but you know, I could see them. You know, like I don't know. Like, I mean, that's a bit much, but like I do know a lot of people hate him, right? I think it's pretty obvious. All the patients on ventilators in Cuban hospitals died after banned Kneecap used massive amounts of electricity during humanitarian performance for fellow communists, while the performers and activists stayed in a 5-star hotel with power. And it's just really fucking sad to see. And let me scroll back down and find the other ones too. And people said that Hassan broke the law, by the way. Like, I don't really know exactly why this is, but I'll go and look at it. So this is the government policy. He says that the government policy is that the government makes it illegal for us to stay where we want in Cuba. We have to stay in 5-star hotels. He has to be in a 5-star hotel, guys. It's not an option. It's just mandatory. So, by the way, Hassan just broke the U.S. law, and he could face a $250,000 fine, 10 years in prison once he gets back. The U.S. Department of State maintains Cuba Prohibited Accommodations List, which bans American travelers from staying at or paying for over 400 government-owned hotels, guest houses, or resorts. Well, I don't know. I kind of assumed he wasn't staying at one of the ones that was prohibited, but who knows? I guess we're going to have to find out. So, man, it's not good. Can you imagine if he gets arrested for this? That's going to be insane. And, oh, here we go. Is there...
The Irish people were called terrorists for so long.
Oh, here we go. So let's watch this.
The Irish people were called terrorists for so long.
Yeah.
Cubans were called terrorists.
I can't remember the last time Cuba invaded a country. I don't know. Have you invaded any countries, Cuba?
Yeah.
No. I think that sums it up.
The U.S. administration and Trump is forcing a blockade.
Yeah.
And, it's starving the country of the necessities it needs to thrive. You know, like the Cuban people are able to run their own affairs, and they have been doing for so long.
And it's quite inspirational to see after so many years of like blockades and like America weaponizing resources and weaponizing fuel and food and whatever else, to see the Cuban people still have, you know, spirit and strength. So it's quite inspirational to see that here.
Average European,
it's very
yes, of
easy
course.
to label someone a terrorist because then you can treat them differently, and
It's actually really easy to figure out whether somebody's a terrorist or not. Are you targeting and killing innocent civilians to achieve a political goal? If the answer is yes, then you're a terrorist. It's actually super simple. You know, are you trying to inflict a large amount of civilian and non-combatant casualties in order to achieve a political goal? Okay, well then there you go.
Try and make the world treat them differently, and you see that in the mainstream media.
Yeah.
So we know the importance of showing solidarity because they want to isolate all these countries and make them feel like that they have no support by themselves.
America does? No, they don't. I mean, you're talking about Hamas. I mean, why does America not have political prisoners, but Cuba does? Well, there you go. I mean, it's pretty easy to see which one's wrong.
And then when that happens, then you know that's when the imperialism takes
I mean, you have a bunch of third worlders and you know, third world you know, advocates that think that it's an equivalent lifestyle to have a government that's going around killing their own people and starving them in order to achieve political goals. That's the reason why.
So I think making people known and making people seen is very important.
Cubans and IRS terrorists? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. It's very, very clear that most of the Cubans are probably just trying to survive, right? But, like, it's the government that are the problem. By your definition, terrorists and U.S. is terrorists to Cuba. Again, like, I understand you want to try this morality inversion, but that's not really going to work with me. Cuba is a communist country. They don't allow any sort of political opposition. They allow drugs to come into our country. They are a threat in that way as well. Whenever we fought Maduro and we were trying to capture Maduro, the people that were killed guarding Maduro were Cubans. This is the big problem, right? And so if you don't want us to do something like that, then don't go and do things that put us in a bad position. And that's what they've done. All all they would have to do is just give in to whatever President Trump's demands are. But they don't want to do that. So now this is what happens.
It's a systematic problem here, so we need to put pressure on local politicians to actually look at the real issue here. Because you can bring aid to as many countries as possible, as much aid as you want, but if you don't change the systematic structure,
which is the government,
the structures of that country and the blockade, then nothing's going to change. So we need to put pressure.
They performed a forced abortion on a woman who was a political prisoner for protesting. Well, yeah, it's because they're evil. I mean, like, it's really simple why they're doing it. Like, the thing is that, and this is one of the big issues, is that people have no problem dissecting and looking at every bad thing that America has done, and America has done bad things. But the reality is that whenever you compare the amount of bad things and like the how bad it is over here versus there, it's not even close. It's not even in the same universe. And so anybody who is shifted, and also here's the real reason and the real way that you know this isn't true. There are a lot of socialist shitholes that are in the world right now. There are many of them. They're in South America. Some of them are in East Asia, etc. None of these people are living in those shitholes. They live in their nice, comfortable, capitalist, Western culture societies, and then they come over and cosplay like revolutionaries. That's what they do. It's because they don't actually believe any of this. The sanctions didn't block Cuba from trade with the rest of the world. Why does the USA have to supply them with everything? Well, I have no idea what the sanctions are. I have no clue.
On politicians,
you don't see Cuba, or you don't see Palestine, or you don't see Iran bombing and attacking hospitals and schools. And
you don't see Iran bombing and Palestine bombing and attacking hospitals and schools, really?
You have to realize that these things don't happen by people who are trying to save you, or people who are trying to bring freedom to your country. You know what I mean? Freedom at the end of a bomb doesn't work.
As soon as
more
people
than
can
just
see the real truth, what's happening here, like Cuba will be a prosperous country.
I just wish that we could send these people to Iran. I do.
Tend to my cracked
I think it would be a great use of our tax money to send these people to the countries that they want to defend. And then take away their passports and keep them there.
Yep,
there it is. All right, you think it's so great? Now you live here.
Country. If you look around here, it's one of the most beautiful countries I've ever been. So we hope soon that this will all come to an end and Cubans can live the way they should be living, free and happy.
And the international community standing with you in solidarity. The Irish people are standing in solidarity with you, and hopefully
why don't you come over here and say where you found it from? Because didn't your mom like give you a book?
For the international community
to get into it because I wasn't sure if you wanted to
give
talk
that
about
support back the way the Cubans have for a long time helped countries in Africa or in
well, it wasn't AI that told
whatever
me,
crisis to send doctors out. So I think it's our turn now to return the favor.
I think she learned it from the book she got from her mom.
Jesus Christ. Jesus. Communist, Irish, and Scottish? Yes, clearly. And yeah, what an echo chamber. It's so fucking embarrassing, isn't it? Oh my fucking god. And what a bunch of retards. Seeing dumb uninformed people get like this get screen time reminds me of the dumb fuck Billie Eilish on stage about the land. Oh no, yeah, no land is stolen. Yeah, nothing is stolen on stolen land or something like that. No one is illegal on stolen land. That's what it was. Cuba actually invaded Israel in 1973. There were Cuban tank units fighting in the Golan Heights. At least 180 Cuban soldiers were killed and 250 wounded. Again, like they will never, these people called the Nova Festival partying beside a concentration camp have no sense of irony. Well, now they're partying inside of the concentration camp, so it makes it even better. So let's take a look at this one. Is this the same one? Yeah, we saw this one before. Here we go. Wow. Man. Whole place is blacked out. Minus like three street lamps. Do you really think they think they're the good guys? I think that they do. I think they do think that.
Y ese es el hotel. El Gran Bristol. Alumbradito.
Man. Communism hasn't worked. Why do they think Cuba's communism worked? It's because they're stupid. They're stupid, and that's really all there is to it. Like, you could say, like, oh, it's 50 other reasons, but no, that's really the reason why. They're dumb. Oh, here we go. This is it. This is the boat trip, right? Foreign leftists in Cuba saying that they're in the same boat as the Cuban people. Yeah, guys, like, that's what I'm saying, bro. This shit sucks, man. Like, damn. Like, I hate imperialism. I hate the West. This stuff's, man, this is awful. You believe that? Yeah, we're in the same boat, guys. If you successful business, you should give it to the government. I don't know what they do like that over in Cuba. I have no idea. Watching a pro-Palestine wearing T-shirt saying "Defend the right to protest" with an Iranian regime supporter holding a placard of Ayatollah Khomeini, who murdered thousands of protesters. This is, I think that people are starting to realize that this entire movement of these people are just full of a bunch of pathological narcissists. That's it. There's no actual value inside of any of this. Isn't it obnoxious? Oh my God. Jesus. Choose the right side of history. And it's a picture of Khomeini. Oh God. Islamic Human Rights Commission. What about the rights of the people that they killed? Like, how can you be a human rights commission and you're holding up a sign of a guy that presided over a government that systematically killed tens of thousands of its own people? Steady. Oh my God. It just, and how does anybody buy in? This is just unbelievable, man. I don't know what to say. Jesus Christ.
Fighting over.
These people are crazy. Well, again, it's all about doing what's going to make them feel morally superior. I think that's what it's all about. And also, I saw this. I don't know if it's true. Hassan Piker's glasses were $1,400. It would take the average Cuban 9 years to purchase his glasses. I mean, maybe this isn't true. Maybe it's a knockoff brand or something. But like, oh man, that's really bad. It is. That's a little fucking embarrassing, isn't it? And where's the protest happening? I don't know. They're oppressed by the freedom that we give them. I guess so. Well, actually, that's true. Our youth are being radicalized in college and indoctrinated thanks in part to foreign funds from places like Qatar. Well, it's all over the world, right? I mean, that's yeah, you travel first class, you stay in a luxury hotel, enjoy an imperial breakfast with views of the Congress of Cuba while Cubans are starving to death. You have to have some nerve. And these are actual Cubans talking about it, right? Hassan says Cubans like not having. This is not true.
It's incredible. It's truly one of my favorite places officially. I totally understand why Will was saying that about Cuba. It's remarkable. The people's resilience is remarkable. There's like rolling blackouts that take place throughout the day, every day, all around the country, right? 11 million people. But today is a beautiful day out here. It's like 75 degrees, sunny. People are partying. People are partying in the fucking streets. I don't know if it's like an island mindset. I don't know if it's like...
Are you really trying to run defense for the fact that they can't keep the power on? You're really trying to reframe the fact that they can't keep the power on as like some kind of like fucking resilience of like imperialism? This is the most embarrassing shit, bro. Like, and also like he's sitting... By the way, is he out there in the street? Is his power getting cut off? Absolutely not. No, he's there with his high-speed internet, with his huge streaming setup, and in his nice hotel room, in his air conditioning room. Oh, yep.
I don't know if that has something to do with it. I'm sure that has something to do with it, but like, they're just chilling. Yeah. Like, it's incredible. It's truly one of my favorite places officially. I totally understand why Will was saying that about...
It's just sad, and it's just as yours. At least he's doing something. He's talking shit, making fun of others. Well, what do you want? Like, I feel like the thing is that, so I think that what I do does improve the world. I think it does. I view this group of people. I do. I view this group of people. You just burnt through the Cuban people's electricity for the week for that painful, deafening slop. There you go. And so I do think that I'm advocating for something that's good. I think that I'm making the world a better place. Now, am I a perfect person? No, absolutely not. But I do think so, and I don't think that I need to leave my house to do that. I don't want to. I don't like leaving my house. But, you know, I like sitting here, and I like, you know, advocating for and talking about things that I think are important. And that's it. I think Hassan believes what he says. Yeah, I mean, I think to an extent. But most people don't actually believe what they say because they don't live the way that they say. And this is the big, I think this is the very, very big test. is that would a person do what they're doing now if they had the option to do something that would be better? And if the answer is yes, then they don't really believe it. They don't actually believe this. They don't really believe it. Now, I mean, it's an idea, and it sounds good, but it's not something that they would actually do. And that's it. And so, like, you know, for example, many people, whenever they say, like, oh, well, you know, like, I'm a humble person and everything, whenever they get a bunch of money, well, they want to spend all the money. They want people to know that they have a lot of money. They want to be seen as a rich person. And so, again, all you have to do is you just look at what people do whenever they have the opportunity to do what is more luxurious, more beneficial for their ego, easier, etc. And so I've raided with dozens of Cubans living in Cuba. You know what you can do? Invite Cubans into Discord to share their experiences with the government, break the left's narrative. Well, they'll just say that they're all paid or something like that. And I don't want to have anybody identify themselves in a way that, you know, could put them at risk. But yeah, they talk the talk but can't walk the walk. Yeah, exactly. These people have no problem talking the talk, but they will never actually act in this way. That's not advantageous to them immediately. So that's it.
He's going to Cuba, and I hope the nation has to go. These people do not give a shit about the Cubans. There have been medicine shortages in Cuba for decades now. And I had not seen this woman making videos saying she's going to Cuba, and I help the Cuban people. Only when Donald Trump starts talking about the communist regime in
Well,
Cuba.
it's because people lost interest with them talking about ICE. And then before ICE, people lost interest with them talking about Palestine. And before Palestine, people lost interest with them talking about how Donald Trump is X, Y, or Z. The reason why they're doing this is for attention.
But in doing something about it, do these activists want to go stand with the Cuban people? If you're in Cuba and you're watching this, they do not care about you. They only care about opposing Donald Trump.
That's right.
And since Donald Trump is working to remove the communist regime that has plagued that island, now they care about the Cuban people and they want to stand in solidarity with them. These are the type of idiots that will run our country if we let them. This is why it's important to register to vote and make sure you get out to vote. Because these people can vote and they do vote. And they will put
That's what we got to fix that. We got to fix that. We got to do something about that.
idiots in office who represent the things they want done. I want you to really think about this. Think about how stupid this is. In Cuba, they have chronic food shortages, frequent power outages, extremely low wages. Many people depend on remittances. They have limited access
Why do they not care about the 30,000 people dying in Iran? Because caring about that would be aligning themselves with an Israeli or American perspective. So they have no problem letting a bunch of people die if it's inconvenient for their worldview.
Internet and censorship. Also, internet is expensive, so a lot of people use public hotspots. There are restrictions on free speech. Criticizing the government there is not in your best interest. So
not in your best interest. I wonder what he mean by that.
Essentially what this woman is saying is,
it's a
hey,
mystery.
Cuban people, we're going to come help you and stand in solidarity because Trump is working to get rid of the communist regime that has been oppressing your island for decades. And we want him to stop what he's doing. What we're going to do is we're going to come give you a little bit of medicine and pat ourselves on the back and make ourselves feel good. Then we're going to go back to the United States where we live comfortably and have everything we need. And then we're going to hope that Trump leaves you alone so you can continue to be oppressed and struggle. So you can continue to deal with freedom.
And there is nothing that would be worse for them than for the communist government to fall and for Cuba to be successful, because that would poke a hole in their worldview. So you have to keep that in mind too. It's in their best interest for Cuba to remain an open-air prison. They want it to be like that.
On power outages, low wages, chronic food shortages, we don't really care about helping you.
Yes.
We just care about opposing Donald Trump, and you're the next thing that he's talking about, so we're going to act like we care about you.
Yes.
And in reality, in our opposition, we're fighting to make sure you stay in the same shitty position because we're virtuous and moral. Love you, Cubans. These people are insufferable idiots. They will actively make the world a worse place if we let them. And they'll do it while patting themselves on the back, calling themselves virtuous. These people are...
That's what's so annoying about it, right? You think it's hypocritical if someone reminds his channel multiple times a day, single day, they can give money simultaneously saying how hard it is, everybody's financially struggling in America? Well, here's the way I see it, right? Is that... like, I've had a number of opportunities in my life that have generated a large amount of money for me. And I also work all the time, and I plan on continuing to work all the time. Like, I don't plan on retiring next year. I don't plan on retiring in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years. So if I'm already successful and I'm doing really well now, and I live a relatively simple and humble life, then why do I really need to? And by the way, if I ever got married and started a family or something like that, I'd buy a nice expensive house next to a good school area, and I'd do that for my family and my kids. Now, for me, I have no problem living in the shed, but, you know, for somebody else, I will make the decision that's in their best interest. This is always what I'll do.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be discussing some of the recent updates in regards to the growing crisis in modern cosmology, or basically a major problem cosmologists have in trying to understand the entire universe. And that's because for several years cosmologists have been arguing over a single number, the number that we commonly refer to as the Hubble constant, which essentially serves as a kind of a speedometer of the entire universe, or basically the number that tells us how fast the universe seems to be expanding and accelerating its expansion. But recently, two major studies based on two separate observations, one from the Atacama Cosmology Telescope and the other one from the telescope referred to as DESI, have officially pushed this mystery into a full-blown crisis. Something we're going to discuss in this video, and something that I'm going to try to explain. But in essence, to understand why this is a problem and what's actually happening here, we obviously first have to understand, so what exactly is Hubble constant? Mostly because for the human brain, it's just a little bit difficult to imagine and to understand this conceptually. And that's because this involves extremely large distances and enormous volumes of space. But here, to try to imagine this, let's use the most common explanation, the loaf of bread. And specifically here, we're baking a loaf of raisin bread. And so basically imagine your raw dough that has a bunch of raisins inside. If you're not a raisin fan, replace it with like chocolate chips or something. And so here, as the dough rises and expands, every single raisin or every single chocolate chip moves away from every other raisin at the same time. This is what you see visualized right here. And so if a raisin is twice as far away, it will appear to move twice as fast. And this is basically what we refer to as the Hubble's law. The law of the expanding universe, and the universe that's constantly accelerating its expansion. And so now if we replace the bread with the universe, here we're actually going to be measuring things in very large velocities, specifically in kilometers per second per megaparsec. 1 megaparsec is approximately 3.26 million light years. Or just to rephrase this, for every 3.3 million light years, the velocity of expansion is going to increase by a certain number. And so, for example, based on some of the older measurements, this number was believed to be 68 kilometers per second. And just to give you a more visual example, the closest large galaxy to us, the Andromeda galaxy, is essentially almost 3 million light years away from us. And that of course means that the space between us and the Andromeda is technically expanding at 68 kilometers per second away from us. But because the galaxy is also moving toward us because of various gravitational effects, it does appear to be moving toward us, even though technically the space is expanding. But because of this expansion, that's why most of the galaxies around us do actually appear to be moving away from us. And we know this because most of them then appear to be kind of redshifted. Or basically they appear to be much more red than they should be. But now I guess let's discuss this very strange problem. Let's define this tension. And well, the main problem here is that when we use different methods to measure this expansion, overall, the actual results don't seem to match. And specifically, cosmologists usually use two main methods, the early universe method and the late universe method. Okay, well, in a nutshell, basically based on this image behind me, the late universe method usually involves using different types of stars, such as Cepheid variables, and different types of supernova, to try to estimate distances to them, and to then figure out the expansion of space based on these nearby observations. So for example, based on Cepheid variables, we know that they generally change their brightness with extremely predictable periods. And so by seeing a lot of them around us, researchers can then work out how fast the space seems to be expanding, because they do actually create certain patterns. And the same thing for different types of supernova. And so here, direct measurements based on this give cosmologists a direct value of approximately 73 kilometers per second per megaparsec. This has been observed and confirmed using different types of methods, and usually seems to be around this value. But in contrast, when using the early universe methods, researchers use the earliest light in the universe, the cosmic microwave background. This is the light that started approximately 380,000 years following the Big Bang and has been traveling the universe for 13.8 billion years. And so here, by using the standard model of physics referred to as lambda CDM, cosmologists can then extrapolate how fast the universe should be expanding based on this ancient light we observe. And while over a decade ago, the Planck satellite that produced some of these beautiful images of the cosmic microwave background also gave us the value of 67 kilometers per second per megaparsec. But as you can see from this image, this doesn't really match the observations from various supernova and various stars. And so it's this very bizarre 10% difference that we usually refer to as the Hubble tension. And this has been confirmed many times using different observations and different studies, with the overall tension remaining no matter what. And if both measurements are correct, it actually means that the standard model of the universe seems to be actually missing something fundamental, because otherwise it would just not make sense. But there's always been this one potential solution to all of this that some scientists proposed in additional studies. What if at least one of these measurements, or at least one of these techniques, was actually just measuring something incorrect? Or basically, what if there was some kind of an observational bias or observational error that we just have not considered before? For example, maybe some of these supernovae we're observing are not actually giving us the exact brightness we're expecting, thus skewing the results. Or alternatively, what if the cosmic microwave background, or the observations of the CMB, contain certain mistakes? And if so, this would actually then resolve so many issues, because maybe this was an error from, for example, the Planck telescope, and maybe we can solve this tension by just remeasuring and recalculating everything once again. And that was basically the hope for the past 15 years. And that's because for the past 15 years, that's what Atacama Cosmology Telescope was trying to determine. It spent 15 years mapping the cosmic microwave background with incredible resolution, but in this case using an entirely different method from what was used in the Planck telescope. And that's because here this telescope scans large patches of the night sky in order to detect very tiny variations in temperature and polarization. And it does so by using these ultra-sensitive cryogenic detectors, as well as rapid scanning techniques. And so here, by measuring several frequencies including 98, 150 and 220 gigahertz, and by separating dust from the CMB observations, after 15 years, it finally released its complete results. This is basically what you can find in this study, and this study, with the links in the description. And this final data release basically once again confirmed that the value is extremely close to this, 68.22 km per second per megaparsec. Extremely close to the initial observations from the Planck telescope. And that's a really important achievement. But here this is really important for another reason. This is significant because, unlike the Planck telescope, ACT used a very different instrument and very different methods, mostly focusing on the polarization instead of just measuring the temperature, which essentially proves that the observations from the Planck telescope were very likely extremely accurate, and the expansion of the universe at that time was extremely likely to be 68 km per second per megaparsec. So nothing here was a fluke, there was unlikely to be any mistake, and the Hubble tension is real after all. But apart from actually discovering all of this, there was another major achievement from these results by the ACT. And that's because this telescope achieved something else extremely dramatic. It was able to test approximately 30 different extended models, or I guess slightly more unusual explanations in physics, that tries to explain Hubble tension one way or another. For example, theories suggesting things like early dark energy or new types of subatomic particles, or maybe some unusual types of neutrinos that could cause the universe to expand faster. And well, according to this recent study, basically all of these models seem to have failed. The data in this case was so precise that it left almost no room for any of these models, essentially invalidating all of them. And well, technically this is good news, because now we can stop looking for these small fixes to the model and instead start looking for a more revolutionary change in the lambda CDM model and our overall understanding of the entire universe. In other words, scientists now have to take an entirely different approach. because the Hubble tension is definitely there, and right now there's absolutely no explanation. Although, just as a side note, we are going to be exploring a potential explanation in one of the videos very soon, so do subscribe if you'd like to discover more. But apart from the observations from the Atacama Cosmology Telescope, we also have some major reports from DESI, the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument that was busy creating the largest 3D map of the universe ever made, in this case tracking 15 million different galaxies. And by March 2025, the results from this telescope started to suggest that, over time, dark energy might have actually started weakening. Or specifically, it started to change, which is why there seems to be different value for the acceleration of the universe. And that's a bit of a problem because in the modern cosmological ideas, dark energy is supposed to be a cosmological constant. Its strength should never change, and the number should always stay the same. But the data from DESI achieved a statistical significance of 4.2 sigma, with the results showing that the dark energy might be evolving, and that dark energy is not constant after all. Which by itself was a huge discovery because it kind of changes everything we thought we knew about the universe, and even what's going to happen to the universe at the end, suggesting it might not end in a big freeze, but perhaps a big crunch or a big bounce, or basically it might shrink and start again with a big bang sometimes in the future. With some of the other studies, such as the one by Daniel Skolnick that measured the distances to the Coma cluster, even discovering something else that seems to be once again a little bit bizarre. Here, by using a combination of supernova and the speed of stars, the team used the Hubble telescope to discover that the constant was 76.5 kilometers per second, so even higher than the usual 73 kilometers per second, basically increasing this tension even more. And the conclusion from the study was that the closer we look in the universe, the faster it seems to be expanding. Or once again, this dark energy idea might not involve a constant, but some kind of a variable that we still don't understand. Okay, well, so far we've only discussed issues and problems. Is there any way to solve this? And the answer seems to be yes, or at least maybe. Here we could maybe use additional methods and more exotic methods to try to find some kind of a tiebreaker by using at least one type of very rare events, for example gravitationally lensed supernova. And this usually happens when some kind of a massive galaxy cluster acts like a magnifying glass, bending the light from distant supernova and actually splitting it into multiple images. And because for each of these images the light takes just a little bit longer to reach us, we can use this time delay to calculate the Hubble constant once again. Here this would be a completely different method involving something entirely different, and could thus establish this Hubble constant in an entirely different way. But the problem here is that despite this being a very interesting method, right now there are just not enough points. Or basically only a few such supernovae have been discovered, and a few of them actually happen in just the right time where scientists expect to see future light in the next few years. But luckily, 2 more have been discovered, referred to as supernova Eris and supernova Athena. These were actually found by the James Webb Space Telescope. And as you can see from this image, one of them is going to reappear in 1 or 2 years, but the other one is expected to appear in 60 years. And this will actually give scientists just enough data, hopefully, to recalculate the Hubble constant once again. Or just to rephrase this, depending on the Hubble constant value, the light from the supernova is going to appear either earlier or later, making this another type of an experiment that can provide us with precise tests for cosmic expansion. But obviously, because in this case we have to wait for a very long time, at this point there are not going to be any answers anytime soon. Either way though, what we're observing right now, and all of these new results, are slowly dismantling some of our best theories when it comes to cosmology. And so right now there's almost no doubt that this Hubble tension seems to be real, and that any kind of small fixes scientists proposed before don't seem to work. But we still don't really have any answer. And so whether the dark energy is just weakening over time, or there is something else going on here, like for example magnetic fields that some scientists have considered before, right now nobody has any answers. But what's certain is that we're definitely standing at the edge of a major revolution in modern physics, and potentially a major discovery that just has not been made yet. And just like the discovery of dark energy that resulted in the Nobel Prize, it's quite likely that whoever can explain this and provide enough proof is going to end up with a Nobel as well. And so hopefully, as we get more data from telescopes like the Euclid and the Vera Rubin Observatory, we'll eventually start discovering these missing pieces in the puzzle and potentially solve this once and for all. But until then, well, subscribe because we'll definitely come back and discuss this more very soon. On that note, thank you for watching. Come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support this channel on Patreon, where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
The clock is ticking on President Trump's 48-hour ultimatum he issued to Iran, warning last night that the U.S. will strike its power plants if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. Let's check back in with Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin live in Tel Aviv. Mike, we're hearing that missiles are approaching Israel right now. What do you got for us?
Well, we should start hearing the sirens in about 2 minutes now. The way the alerts are going right now, everything from the north to the south of Tel Aviv is under watch right now, in the eastern section of Tel Aviv in particular. So when we hear the sirens start coming, usually what we get out of Iran these days are the cluster bombs. And the reason you get the cluster bombs is they're effective in terms of getting through the Israeli air defenses. And when I say cluster bomb, what I'm talking about is a warhead that's made up of dozens of little bombs. And when that's intercepted by the air defenses, it'll break up into dozens of bomblets, and the bomblets still get through. And we've seen them be very effective in terms of hurting people on the ground or destroying property because those bomblets get through. What we saw yesterday was an exception because those were ballistic missiles with big 1,000-pound warheads. For the most part, those big warheads aren't getting through. They get intercepted. Last night, 2 of them got through in Dimona and Arad. The IDF did their investigation, and they simply determined that there wasn't a new type of weapon that was effective in terms of getting through, and there wasn't a failure of the system. It's just the fact that you're shooting missiles out of sky, which is a very difficult thing to do. So we're keeping an eye on the skies to the east of us right now, because that's where we expect the missiles to appear. That's the direction where the missiles come through, and then hopefully we'll see the interceptors launch and get after them. So that's a situation right now, and this is a drill that the people here in Israel are repeating every day, multiple times a day. You get the alerts over your phone. That's a period we're in right now. Once you start hearing the sirens wail in the background, that's an indication that the missiles are getting close. And what people have to do here, again and again and again, stop what they're doing, get up and go into what is called the mamad in Hebrew, the bomb shelter. You go into the bomb shelter, and that dramatically increases your chances. And now here. That's the sound of the sirens going off. That means the missiles are inbound. And we look off in the direction of Iran right now and wait to see where these missiles will appear in the sky. It's very different than the shorter range rockets that we see out of Lebanon and we saw out of the Gaza Strip for so many years, because those run out of fuel halfway and you don't see the inbound rocket, you only see the interceptors go up. What's different about the things that come in from Iran is they're ballistic missiles, so they leave the atmosphere, and when they re-enter, it's almost like a meteor shower with the rocket coming back in, because they get hot upon re-entry to the atmosphere, and then you'll see the interceptors go up after them. So right now what you hear over Tel Aviv, I'll hold the microphone out. Those are the air raid sirens. The Israeli population now is pretty disciplined about getting into the shelters for this period of time and waiting it out, because the shelters are very effective, particularly with these big warheads when they come in. They spread shrapnel all over the place. And yeah, if we look up in the sky to the east, what I can see now is a cluster bomb. You saw the big light, that was the interception. And now we've got dozens of bomblets coming down over Tel Aviv. You see one bright light that is cascading in this direction, a lot of lights separating off of it, and those are the bomblets. And the bomblets themselves are still quite dangerous because they're little explosives. They're not as powerful as a big 1,000-pound warhead, like came in Dimona last night, but they're still very capable of hitting people. And one single light is now cascading, and we heard a big boom there. That's probably the interception. And I'm looking at one single light now cascading. I won't give specifics on the location, but over in the skies over Tel Aviv, headed to the ground, and we'll see what that results in.
Mike, are you in a place
It
where
didn't appear to cause a large explosion. Go right ahead.
Yeah, do you feel like you can answer some questions real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so when it comes to the defense, the interception, you've got all these different, Jacob's Ladder, the Iron Dome, the Arrow system. I know before this launch, back during the 12-day war last year, we talked about the capabilities, and then as this started, how much U.S. ships are helping in this to defend Israel. Is the sense that Israel's Iron Dome, the Arrow system, is still operable, still functioning with a proper amount of munitions, or are we using some U.S. assets now? Where does that seem to be?
Well, that's the kind of information that they won't necessarily give us, but what you have is a multi-layered defense. You've got the Iron Dome, you've got David slings, you have the THAAD interceptors that can intercept much higher in the atmosphere, and you've even got the Arrow missile systems. So the Iron Dome is supposed to be for a little bit closer range, and one of the things I can tell you in the background is I'm hearing multiple explosions, soft explosions. That's an indication that those bomblets are now cascading to the earth. A lot of them fall into open areas, and they even fall in residential areas when people are inside, and they don't result in many injuries. Really, the effect of these is a terror weapon. They traumatize the people who are living here in Israel. But the answer to your earlier questions, they've got multi-layers of interceptors and defense. And despite that, what we saw yesterday, you're shooting a missile out of the sky. You can't get them all, and 2 of them got through.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Tobin, thank you so much. Please stay safe. Thank you for all that breaking news. We appreciate it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
The countdown to total destruction has officially begun. The United States just slapped the Iranian regime with a devastating 48-hour ultimatum: reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or the US will completely vaporize Iran's entire power grid. And as if this wasn't bad enough, it seems now Saudi Arabia and UAE are finally preparing to join the fight. The war is escalating to a place Iran did not predict. Gulf countries are getting sick of Iranian attacks. In fact, countries like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE have kicked out Iranian embassy staff, and they're kicking out Iranian military attaché. Saudi Arabia says that Iran has now violated the 2023 peace deal that China brokered. And because of this, the relationship could suffer greatly. After the statement was made public, it seems the Iranian staff had 24 hours to pack up and leave the country. Now, the timing of this decision matters a lot. Just yesterday, we had a meeting of Arab and Muslim foreign ministers who actually met in Saudi Arabia, in the capital of Riyadh, to discuss countermeasures against Iranian attacks. Guess what? At this meeting, we had the Turkish foreign minister, and he was actually on call with the Iranian foreign minister during the whole discussions, just to make sure that the Iranian side was present at this meeting. But guess what Iran did during this meeting? They fired ballistic missiles at the city where the foreign ministers were gathered. Clearly, this was meant to be a message, but it doesn't seem like Iran's plans actually worked out. Even Turkey is getting sick of Iranian antics. That's why the Turkish foreign minister just announced yesterday that Gulf countries have issued their last warning to Iran. If the attacks continue, they will be forced to retaliate. Now, the reason for this warning is pretty obvious, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have already guessed it. These Gulf countries are wondering, why is Iran targeting them? They had nothing to do with this war. In fact, until recently, they didn't even allow the US to use Gulf airspace or Gulf bases to carry out attacks on Iran. But despite all this, these countries are getting hit, and they're getting hit very heavily. Let's look at the numbers. Iran has hit Gulf states 400 times more than it has hit Israel. And Israel is a country that's actually fighting Iran. Now, despite this, it would make sense if Iran was specifically going after US bases in these Gulf countries. But they're not even doing that because outside of the first day of this war, those bases are pretty well protected. That's why we're not getting a lot of news and videos of bases getting hit. And according to the UAE, 80% of Iranian missiles and drones that targeted UAE territory actually went after civilian targets like airports, ports, malls, refineries. Not US bases, civilian targets. Then just last week, we saw Israel attack an Iranian gas field, and Iran retaliated by attacking a Qatari gas field. Qatar had nothing to do with that attack, and they lost $20 billion. None of this makes sense to anyone, especially Gulf countries. Now, of course, it starts to make sense when you realize that Iranian goal is to just make sure the entire region burns. And if they had the ability, they would try to make sure the whole world burns. This is exactly why the Gulf countries are getting ready to retaliate. And this is important because if Saudi Arabia actually retaliates, then this war would expand dramatically. You see, just last year, Saudi and Pakistan signed a NATO-like defense pact, meaning if one country is attacked and decides to retaliate, then the other country must come to aid. Guess what that would mean? Take a listen.
The Saudis would decide to enter with complete force with regards to this war. Iran is definitely going to be the biggest loser because Saudi Arabia will activate its bilateral defense agreement with Pakistan, and it will rally the Arab and Muslim world. We are speaking of over 50 Muslim countries to have one target is to put Iran on its place. So the last thing we want actually is to enter this war, and we want a political solution by any way. Definitely the best outcome would be for Iran to let go of the three major requests or the three major issues, which is the militias, the nuclear ambitions, and also the ballistic missiles. Will there be a way through which the Americans and the Iranians find a way through which they can save the Iranians' face and have all these three demands to be applied without declaring complete surrender? That would be the greatest.
Now let's talk about what happened in Israel yesterday, because it is definitely significant. Two massive casualty events because Iranian missiles were not intercepted by Israeli air defenses. Now, before we jump into the details, just a quick reminder to hit the like and subscribe button, because every time we talk about missiles getting hitting their targets, we have YouTube restricting videos because then it becomes not advertiser friendly. So your support really does help us out. Now let's get into it. It seems direct hits with heavy warheads were reported yesterday in populated area in Israel because the air defense failed. We have some clips. Take a look. Whoa. 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 How about? Whoa. Whoa. How about? This is the first part. Wow. That is crazy. I just get. Wow. Two cities in southern Israel were hit, Arad and Dimona. At the time of the recording, it seems that we have reports of over 100 people being wounded, 88 in Arad and 39 in Dimona. Clearly a big strike. And what makes it even more significant is that this is the first time since the war started that Iran has dealt serious damage to Israel. Now, Iran quickly claimed responsibility after missiles hit their target, and the Iranian state media also said that one of the attacks was actually retaliation for an attack that took place on an Iranian nuclear facility in Natanz. In fact, the state media said that they were actually able to hit the Israeli nuclear facility in Negev, which is very close to Dimona. Now, it seems there was some truth to that statement because the missile that landed was actually very close to the nuclear facility, but it was still relatively far, 10 miles from the facility, but it seems they were targeting it, just missed closely or badly. I'm not exactly sure if 10 miles is considered close or far when you're talking about missiles that are traveling from a a different country. But nonetheless, we actually have the confirmation of Iran not hitting the facility from the UN. The IAEA, which is a UN nuclear energy organization, confirmed that they're aware of the incident, but they have received no indication of damage to the nuclear center. Now, despite all this attack was definitely cause for concern because it tells us two things. Either the air defense failed or Iran has some new technology that Israeli defenses can't stop. Now, based on videos that are public, and again, videos are just people recording, so they are definitely not extensive, but just based on videos that we saw from the Israeli citizens recording, it seems 2 interceptors were fired to stop both of these missiles. But as we can tell from the impact, they clearly missed. Now, Israeli authorities did say that they will be investigating it, but we'll see if they make it public, because it is war, and usually countries are not very forthcoming, especially during war. And that's not just Israel, by the way, every country. In Iran, we are not seeing a lot of coverage, and UAE, Qatar, Saudi, the same thing. Now, as this was an populated area, we do have a lot of clips that were made public on social media, so let's go through them. First, we have a clip from Arad. Take a look. Next up, we have a clip from a building that was close by from the impact area, and you can feel the impact in the video. Take a look. And then we have a different angle of the attack in Dimona. Take a look. And finally, here's the aftermath of the attack that happened in Iraq. As you can see, this was most likely one of the most damaging hits so far of the current war. And on top of this, looking at this video, it seems like could have been a lot worse. Just look at all the residential buildings that are all around. Luckily, it seems like missile landed in an area where there was no building, but there are still casualties, but luckily it didn't hit a residential building. Now let's shift our focus back to the diplomatic front, because President Trump just issued a shocking ultimatum. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point, the United States of America will hit and destroy their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Now, definitely a big ultimatum, because until recently, President Trump very publicly said that the US was deliberately avoiding hitting their power plants because they did not want to go after the energy infrastructure that serves the civilians. But now it seems that strategy may change. But here's why this statement is also confusing. Just a day before, President Trump tweeted saying that Strait of Hormuz has nothing to do with the United States because US doesn't actually get much oil from the strait. Here's that statement. First, he lays out the 5 objectives that the US has achieved, but take a look at the bottom where he talks about the Strait of Hormuz. The Hormuz will have to be guarded and policed as necessary by other nations who use it. The United States does not use it, but if asked, US will help these countries in their Hormuz efforts, but it shouldn't be necessary once Iran's threat is eradicated. Importantly, it will be an easy military operation for other countries. Now, of course, a bit confusing, at least on the surface. One day we say we don't care about the strait, the next day we're giving an ultimatum to the IRGC. But if we think about it a little bit, it does make sense, kinda, because I feel like the first statement wasn't really about saying that we don't care about the strait. It was more about trying to get European countries or other countries involved in protecting the strait. Now, so far we have seen diplomatic language change from Europe. They are condemning Iranian attacks and they are putting pressure on Iran, at least diplomatically, but no military action as of yet. But despite all that, now we have a countdown. There is a 48-hour ultimatum that's on the table, and every minute that passes, we get closer and closer to the timeline. And guess what? Iran has actually responded to the ultimatum. The spokesperson for Iranian military headquarters said that if US attacks fuel or energy infrastructure in Iran, they will retaliate by attacking allied energy, informational technology, and desalination infrastructure across the Gulf. Now, that desalination threat is definitely serious.
Gulf countries get anywhere from 50 to 90% of their drinking water from desalination plants. If those plants are starting to get hit in this war, then major cities like Dubai or Riyadh become impossible to sustain. People think oil is essential, and it is, but water is a whole different level. Without drinking water, cities literally die. So, even though there's an ultimatum, I'm hesitant to say that US is actually going to go through with it. Maybe this is supposed to be more of a diplomatic bluff from our point of view. Maybe we take over the Karg Island, which kinda achieves the same goal as hitting their infrastructure, oil infrastructure, without actually dealing long-term damage. Because there's another part to all this that's important. Let's say the regime does collapse, but if during the war we destroy all this civilian infrastructure, then a new regime will have a much harder time recovering from the war than if we don't destroy all this. So that's something I'm sure the US military planners are definitely thinking about. So for now, we just wait and see. Be sure to hit the subscribe button down below. I'll keep you guys updated as to how everything progresses.
I will leave the link to this page in a pinned comment below. Once you are here, go ahead and click on Latest Nightly, and you will see a download for Windows, Mac, and Linux. Since I am on Windows, I'm going to click right here. And once you click on it, your download will start. Something else you may want to download, which is free, is this program here called 7-Zip. I use this program to extract files. You do not need it. You can use your built-in Windows extractor. I just prefer 7-Zip. Link in the description. Now I have moved that PCSX2 downloaded file here on my desktop. You guys can move your file wherever you like, whether that be an external SSD, external hard drive, it's up to you. Also, here on my desktop, I have created a folder called PS2 ROMs where I have a few PS2 games, and also I have a PS2 BIOS file, which is important to get PCSX2 up and running. Now, I am sorry guys, I cannot tell you here on YouTube where to find PS2 ROMs or a PS2 BIOS. But believe me, they are not hard to find. Just go to Google and search PS2 ROMs, PS2 BIOS, and I'm pretty sure you will find what you are looking for. If you are still having problems, then check out my Patreon page, link in the description, and I will have some videos there that will help you out with both of these.
thinking a little bit. Like, I mean, I always was like, it's just, I'm having a hard time when it's open. I don't even know what to do. Like, can't even compose myself to, like, you know. Well, I can't, I'm so stressed. Dude, you don't like that. Like, if I go to bed, I don't want to die. You're not going to die. It's not about that. Make sure the mic's on, I'm still working. It's just, I'm literally just, I'm tired of this shit. I can't even get, like, 2 hours of, like, a break. Like, I can't get a single fucking minute. Like, it's just literally just, it's just, like, it hurts. Fuck. Fuck. Damn. If I lay down, it fucking works. It makes it feel longer, but I can't even. I'm just so frustrated. I can't. But they're really having a hard time here. Oh my god. Okay, cool. I can mix. I have to put in the same bit of thing, right? You should have asked me. No, I haven't. I'm just saying. I am, right? Please. I can't talk about it. It's alright. Jesus, okay. Yeah. Is it so chaotic and I have like 48 hours? What? What the fuck? Was it suggesting that rotate in spares? I don't even understand.